Okay. So quick question. Did you guys by any chance install the applications like Postman, SoapUI, and MySQL, which I have suggested last week? Uh, Ali, did you install it already?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So in to do a quick recap on our last session, we got to know about like uh, what are web services, right? What are web services? How web services work? So like a quick overview of that would be. Let me quickly start some. Let me quickly get up the slides which I was referring to. And then we said okay, let's do a quick recap on what happened last week on the web services. Okay, so imagine the web services are services which is provided by a server, and by a server, what I mean by a server is imagine that there is a server. It could be any kind of server. So imagine like Google server or Oracle server or any kind of cloud server right now. Okay. So we can do server. Could be cloud-based or machine server. The difference between these kind of server is like cloud-based as in like in the server would be hosted on a network where or on like Google type of a provider or Amazon or Microsoft Azure, any kind of uh, like there are some um, which offers like cloud computing. So like the servers will be hosted in one of these providers like Google, uh, Oracle, or AWS, or Azure, any kind of server. Okay, so this server, and then I would also have also something, okay, and then I will have a user here. So let me make it a user, right? And user will send a request to the server, and server will send a response, right? Request could be whatever resources or whatever request, and then there is a response. So there was an easy metaphor for all this is like imagine you going to a restaurant where you try to order for something. So there's a person, so the waiter who would take the order, and then the order would be your client request. Then it will send that request to the server. Server will get the request on what your order is. Server will process the request and send the response back. So in this metaphor, your order client request is food. The web services or API will take that request, send it to the server, which is like chef, ask him what you want, and then server will check if it has what you want. It says if it has, then it will send out the response properly. If it does not have, it will send out the response saying I don't have it. So if it has the response, it will process your request. It will have a response for that request and it will send it back to you. Today we will see how the process happens. I have shown you WSDL type of request from SOAP UI in our last session using an XML format. So I showed you a calculator. So calculator is hosted on this website, dneonline.com, calculator remix. So in last class, we saw how we still work, WSDL. Right now, many companies don't use it, only banks or like very high secured applications use this WSDL type of web services. So you see WSDL URL. So that means like this is nothing but a content. This is like a service agreement between two applications. So imagine like there are two applications, right? Two applications. So take as an example as your banking. Imagine there's a banking application. Where did the paint go? Okay, imagine there's a banking application, right? Uh, so you have your UI and sorry, you have your UI and you have your backend, right? So UI is nothing but your mobile interface, and then the second is server. So this server will not respond to anything coming from any other UI interface. It will only respond to the UI interface which you have. So what did these guys do? They built one WSDL contract and they have that in place to communicate with each other. So that was used like earlier in like I mean it's still being used in banks, but not very widely used. So WSDL is nothing but like a contract which both the machines will have that okay, this is the contract you need to know if you want to communicate with me. So this WSDL and both the system has to abide by the rules written in this contract, like how you will be sending data, how you'll be receiving data, and things like that. So that was earlier, but now we are moving into something called RESTful. RESTful is a type of web services or like is type of web services which is like first thing very fast. It has request in forms of get, put, post, delete, head, patch, everything else. I'll be going through all those now. However, like we are done with the SOAP UI. You can do both SOAP type of testing here. This is SOAP type. You can also do REST kind of a testing here. So REST type of thing. But for REST, I will be using Postman for all the demonstration purpose. And then we will see if we get time, we will try to use SOAP UI to do the same things, or else you can explore the SOAP UI I mean, you can send the same request through SOAP UI when you try to practice at home. So, okay, before moving on, I have to first explain you what is SOAP UI. So SOAP UI is a tool where it takes the request. So these are like the requests. There are different type of requests. So if you see here, so I hope you all have Postman installed. So you know what, let's go ahead and try to practice one of the requests. Uh, but before practicing, let me give you some overview on what are the different types of requests and what does it mean? What is Postman? What does the Postman do? So Postman is an application, right? This is an application which where you have to input the URL which you're trying to access, and then you have to tell what type of request this is. So get, post, put, patch, all these are like different types of requests. We will learn about each of them in some time. So this is the server. This is the place from where the request or where the request is going. And hold on, let me remove okay. So this is the server from where the request will be, or where the request will go, or from where the response will be collected, right? Um, and then this is some send button. This is, you have lot of parameters. We'll be discussing about the parameters. Then we have some authorization. We'll try to cover this topic plus headers, and then body, like what are the things which is needed to be sent along with your URL. We will be going through that, plus some prerequisite, some tests and some settings. So we'll go through each and every of these. But before even going to this or getting deep into it, I want you to install something which is required for our session. Um, and the things are, where's my notepad? Okay. So can you install this Postman interceptor extension in Chrome? Okay. So go to the Chrome and type this. Chat. So if I go to my Chrome and sorry, it's here, topics covered, and then I type this, right? And then I'll go to this one, Postman Interceptor, which is in Google. And then I will do add to Chrome. Right now I have it installed, so it says remove from Chrome, but you can do add to Chrome. Let me know once this is complete. Adi, are you following?
It's done already.
Oh, you already have it installed?
I just did it now, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then you can click on this and do a extension, manage extension. So click on these three dots, click on extensions, and then click on manage extensions,
Mm-hmm.
right? Then you will see a Postman interceptor, which you just,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Click on details and do a pin to toolbar option. So what happens, then you will start seeing it here, this extension. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Let me know if there's any
Yes.
question.
Yes, it's done.
Okay, perfect. Then go to your Postman, click on capture request. You will see it here down.
Um, Is it post bot? Let me
Sorry.
capture request. Um, where will I see the capture request, please?
On the Postman, on the bottom, see here, you will see capture request.
I can only see post with. Let me try.
Stop.
Only see start proxy, runner post bot.
Yeah, I'm stopping to share the screen. Can you share your screen for a minute?
Okay.
Okay, stop share. Okay, can you maximize this?
Okay. This is the post
Inter
is already here, right?
Yeah, can you minimize it?
Okay.
Yeah, go back to this. Can you maximize this thing? Yeah. Okay. On the down, I mean, since I have you don't see anything written there?
No, just trash, cookies, start proxy, runner, post bot. That's all I see here.
What is the second thing which you're seeing after post bot?
Runner,
Runner and the next to it?
start proxy.
Okay, click on start proxy. Click on got it. Go down here. Oh, this is it. Okay, you know what? Create a collection first. I don't know why it's not showing. So click on the collection on the left hand side, right, yeah. Click on plus. Okay. Click on blank collection. You have different templates, but you can click on blank collection right now. Name the collection as, yeah, new collection. Change it to like automation testing. Okay, perfect. And then save it. Click on save. Okay. You are still seeing the same things. Does it say, can you click on cookie once? I want to see if, I don't know why does it show manage cookies, sync cookies. Okay. Okay, close it. Close this thing. On the search Postman, can you type, let me say Postman Interceptor Bridge. Postman Interceptor. There is JPMC team. Postman Interceptor. What is Postman? Actually, okay. No, these are all the collection or things like that. It should not be this. Hold on. Let me see how or why you are not seeing this and how did I see it. Interceptor. Okay, let me see where else can I see interceptor.
There's maybe from the API, I didn't press start
Okay,
capture.
this is the one.
Okay.
So you can do start capture. Yes. And now go back to your Postman. You see.
I started to capture, but
Oh, click on the other the icon which is next to the trash. The
that's cookies.
no, not the cookies. The next one. So close this. Close this. Yeah. Go on right. Right. This is left. Go on right side.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. Click on that. Oh, you don't see anything, no?
No,
Can you click on start proxy once?
no,
It's not doing anything.
yeah, it's not. No,
Okay. Can you click on, oh yeah, interceptor. See, it's up already up. Can you click on the, s- you see overview return on just the second tab. Yeah, right next to it, it's called interceptor. Yeah, click on that. Okay. Yeah, it's capturing already for you.
Otherwise, not showing down here, but
Yeah, it shows me. I don't know why it's not showing it to you. Maybe there's something going on, or like there is a,
I've pinned it here already.
when you click on, oh yeah, when you, yeah, I think that's fine. You don't have to do anything now. It's working. So it's working, so it's fine.
Okay.
Let's close this page because I don't want you to do or change any kind of setting here. Minimize it. Yeah. Okay. And now you see there are a lot of requests being sent. Uh, you can stop it for now, right now, or else it will just copy too much. Yeah, just stop it because you have not captured anything which is of use. Yeah. You don't have to save this, so you can delete it. As in, like, just close it. Don't save this.
Okay.
This channel, right?
Okay.
Like,
Okay. So how do you delete? Sorry.
yeah, okay. No worries. Like, you
Okay.
can go back to your automation testing, click on that. Yes, perfect. So this is your collection. All right.
Okay.
Here we are going to add some requests today, which we are going to learn.
Okay.
Okay. And can you go to your Google Chrome? I want one of the thing to start working and then I will take back the screen share. Okay. I'll send you a link. Go to that link. But before even going to the link, can you click on, go back to your Postman? Okay. Uh, from down, click on Start Proxy. The Start Proxy, yes. Okay. Wait. Because your start proxy looks a little bit different. Go down. Okay. I want to see. Give me a second. Hold on. File, edit, view. Interceptor. Okay. It looks like I don't see it as well. Click on interceptor debug thing again. Yeah, because for you it's in two different screen, but for me somehow it's in just one screen. So not sure what is different in mine.
Or maybe I didn't download the correct Postman. I don't know.
No, 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 Postman is correct. You can't go wrong here.
I should click on this. Oh,
No, no. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Postman. Oh no, that is not the thing. It's different. Click on the interceptor debugger just next to the new session on the top, the tab on the right side, right side, right side.
right side.
So just yeah, correct. There. Click on it. Okay. Click on overview,
Oh,
which is just next to the request on the left, little bit on the left. Yeah, down.
Right, I can't see the interceptor on my side.
You can.
I can't.
You can't see it as well.
No, I'm
Okay.
still trying to like figure out how to navigate.
Okay. No worries. Like
Uh,
let me help Addy and then I'll get to yours. And then
Thank you. I think Adi and I's own are a little bit different
oh, yours
as well.
both have a little bit different. What is the version you both are using? Can you show me the version of the
Um,
app?
I got the Mac with Intel chip because
Okay.
that's my laptop's
Okay. No, the
specification.
properties of this one. Yeah. Which version is this? Click on.
I don't. How do you know the version?
Oh, you have to be on Postman and then click on settings. It will tell you help and then check for updates and then check for updates. Oh, mine is some installation is pending. Yeah.
About
So go back to Postman.
10.21.24.4.
Yeah, go back to Postman application and then I will show you how to check the. Oh shit, I'm not seeing your screen. Okay, go back to Postman, then click on the three buttons on the very left corner, left and top corner. Go up, 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 up. No, the very left and top corner. Yeah. Click on help. Click on check for updates. Looks like we all have an update.
Okay,
Let's
need to restart. I should reinstall. I should restart.
restart and install update. So it will just update your Postman
Okay.
way. So give it a minute. It will reload once it's updated. Tommy, did you download the interceptor in the Chrome?
Yes, and I
Okay.
have the latest Postman,
Okay,
so I
perfect.
don't need an update.
Okay, that's nice. Let me see mine. I installed mine like few months ago, and I think today is the first time it's updating. So why do we not see interceptor in yours? Okay, you know what? Quickly, let me check. Okay, I'm quickly checking on some steps. Okay, my listing is on low access. My Postman is loading, so give me a few minutes. Okay, that's nice. Yeah,
V10.21.11.
yeah, yours is updated. It's latest. I hope I didn't lose it. Mine was very old. Let me see. Okay, Postman, how to install. Okay, I think mine was very old, so I was not seeing at that time. But now I was seeing it at that time. Now I see different, as in I don't see the same options. So give me a second. Changes. Okay. So start proxy. Mhm.
Is Sri still on the call?
Yeah. I'm just trying
Okay.
to I'm just trying to figure out where, because right now I see my screen also changed. So you know what? Let's take a 5-10 minutes break and then I'll figure it out and then we'll start the session, okay?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So give me like 2 minutes and then I'll get back. So we'll meet around like 11:35, okay? Resume. Okay. So it looks like there's an update in the Postman. I don't see the option as well, like how you guys see it. Like how I was seeing before. Now I don't see it anymore. So now I see that they have changed or made some changes in the way the interceptor worked. So now it works this way. So if I go to my Chrome and then I see the interceptor, if I see my interceptor, it will start capturing requests from here. Earlier, this was like a little bit different. Now it's a little bit different. So here in the URL filter, you're going to type https qa-test2plugs.com. So this is the web application which we will be using today to learn our API testing or web services. So let me give you this in the chat. Okay. So this is the website which we are going to test, right? So when you open your Google, before doing this, do we have Tombi here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I forgot to ask about you before starting the session. No worries. Okay. So when you click on your interceptor here, then you see URL filter return. So if you type on this, if you click on the small arrow button, then it will ask you for URL. So what happens and why we are doing all this capture request? Uh, because there are some things like cookies and to save those cookies and for which request what cookie is coming, we need to capture it. So that's an easy way to capture all the cookies. So we use interceptor. What interceptor does is like in your website, when you try to access an application, right? When you try to app, I'll tell you about this. But before doing this, I want you to have your filter. If this step is done, let me know, and then I'll move forward. If you added this step and then click on start capture.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'll click on start capturing. So what happens at this point is when we set an URL, so anything which we do in this browser with the URL, so this is my URL. So if I do anything with this URL, whatever request is being sent, let me sign out because like I've signed in before, that's why it let me sign in directly. But to you guys, it will be asking an option. So whatever I do with this website, it will be captured. So that's what it does. So capturing what all it captures, we will see. but this is initial. So what we are trying to do here, we are trying to log in. So I'll do a login, and then I have an ID and password. So I'll give you guys also an ID and password. So if you see the course thing, there's an ID password. So let me copy few to you guys as well. I'm using the first one. Addy, you can use this one for Addy. Oh, sorry, I didn't get copied. Sorry. Addy can use this ID and password.
Okay.
So ID is this, password is.
Sorry, like you didn't send me anything. I think you just sent me the link again.
Yeah. I mean, I
Okay.
forgot. I mean, like the previous paste went in. So now, oh, let me recopy this. ID is this, and oh man, I want to do a shift enter. Okay, and then PASS password is this. Okay, and for Tombi, let's use. Let's use ID as this and password as this. Okay, so I've sent Tombi also. Tommy, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's use this to log in. So after login, so let me know once you log in, and you will see this interceptor having
I'm
this.
logged in.
Yeah, so you will see this tiny green color on top of the head of this interceptor postman. So that means like it is capturing all your requests. So you go to postman and you will go to interceptor debug. You will see everything what you're trying to do with the website, or like in the website, whatever you try to do, it will all be captured here. So it will all be captured in your postman here. Okay. So now let's see what happens. So the first thing which is like when you try to log in into the application, how do you get to interceptor? Okay. This is here. Like, did you click on start interceptor, Tommy? Like, where did it go? Yeah. If you click on this tiny interceptor, and if you have already clicked on start capture,
Oh
it
yes, I did that. I'm already capturing with the extension.
okay. Then if you come to the postman, you see it will be written here like interceptor debug.
Oh yeah. So it has all the links.
Yeah,
Oh,
all the links.
it has links of everything in my tabs.
Oh, it has
Link.
everything. All other than QA test two plugs. You have
Yeah,
all.
it doesn't even have that. It has like my YouTube and LinkedIn stuff, but I
Oh,
don't see.
you don't see this?
No, I don't see two plugs yet.
Okay, so that is because you have not set the URL filter here. So if you click on
Oh
this,
my bad.
yeah,
Okay.
if you click on this and enter a URL, the one which I sent in the in the chat,
Okay.
then
Okay.
it will capture only the
That one.
URL which
Okay.
will start with this. Okay.
Oh, perfect. Got it.
Okay. So once you do it, and then you have to go and click and log in. I mean, like you have to.
Yes. So I've logged in and I've filtered with the link.
Okay.
So when I check like recent requests on the extension, it shows me everything on Postman.
Okay.
When I go to the debug interceptor or
Mm-hmm.
interceptor debug session on the application itself,
Mm-hmm.
um, I don't see anything yet, but maybe that's because I haven't interacted with it
Yes, you have
yet.
to interact. So what it does is it just captures all your requests. So what happens in real time? Now let's go back to some basics. So, okay, now it's a good time. Let me introduce something called developer tools. I don't know if I introduced this in last session, but there is something called developers tools. So To go to the developers tool, go to any browser, click on these three buttons, go to the down arrow you would see here, click on more tools, right? And then click on developer tools. So this is the hard way to get it. And easier option to get it is like click on any element and then inspect. You would again land into the same thing, right? Then you have to click on these big arrows and click on network. Okay. Let me know if you all reached the network point.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, perfect. Very easy. And now if I do a refresh on the screen, which I'll do it. So what happens at this point? So you can see that when you try to log in, or let me, you don't follow all these steps. Let me only do it. So let me sign out. Okay. I'll clear all these things here. So you will see what happens in the network or the things which I was explaining through this point here, like you are the client and there is a server. You will be sending requests, server will be responding with response, right? So what happens like when you try to go into a website? So you try to close this. Okay, you type this. Oh, where did I go? Hold on. So but always make sure that it's on. If you don't switch it on, this developer tools, it will not capture any requests. So right now you're on the network. This is it. So first you're trying to go into this. So this is the request which you're going to send, right? So you send the request. Request is going to the server. How is it? How does the request go? It will go in the form of this. So you see, this is the request which you sent to the server, and server will send you a response. So if you click on the request, QA test 2 plugs, this is what you are sending, right? And then it went, so this request has a header. Header says your URL is this, and then the method is type of get. So first method, if you're trying to get something from a server, it is always a get method. So when you send this request, it's like a get method. Get method as in like, okay, we need everything uh, about this info of this URL. So what server will do when it sees this request, it will send out a response. So what response did it send out? It sent out an HTML page with all these details. So this is nothing but whatever you're seeing on this screen, right? This is the response which server has given us, right? So all these are the response. So what response will do? So this response will come to the Chrome. Chrome will then try to understand what this response is, and then it will display whatever you're seeing here. So this is how the request and response work. Okay, I hope there's no doubt on this. Let's move forward, which is now there are other things also rather than just URL. There are some things which this Chrome browser takes care of, which is like cache control, encoding length, data, keep live server, set cookies, and others. So all these things are taken care by uh, our browser by itself. But if you want to bypass this browser, if you want to become the person who is sending these requests and to get the response now, you have to make sure you understand what these headers are. You don't have to understand everything. You just need to know the cookies and things like that. Like few things on type of the request, what is the URL, and what request you're sending, what response you're getting, and things like that. So this is the application we did. Uh, we now know what or how the network or like what happens in the network, what type of request we are sending first. So get is always the first type of request, or not the first, I would say. Get is type of the request which you will be sending first for the server to know that okay, you started interacting. So in any application, you would see that, even in Facebook, you will write facebook.com and send the request. So that is like get. It will go to the server. It will say, okay, there's a person who wants to, know about the Facebook. Then Facebook will be like, okay, give all these details. So Facebook will give the login page. Similarly, 2Plugs gave us the login page to authenticate the user. I'll click on login, right? I clicked on login. You will see that there are more things which happen, which is like there's one more request which was sent to uh to so this is the request login. So you see, this is the request which was sent to the server of where QATest2plug.com is hosted, right? So it will go to this website with the type of request as get, and then it will say, okay, now the user of this application wants to go to the login page. So server will respond back with this page now with the username and password. So it's asking for username and password. I will enter the username and password here. I mean, for me, since I've saved the password, it's asking me for more things. But you will enter your username, you will enter your password, and then you will you will click on login. Okay. So before I click on this login, I would like to go to Postman. Okay. And what capture? Okay. This is 11:50. So after 11:50, what happens? We will see. So right now, first thing was get. It sent out this first request. Second, we clicked on login. So this was the second request. Now you will see what happens when we send username and password, right? What kind of thing it will do? Where did it go? Okay, so I have entered username and password. I'm sending it now. So login. Okay, so what happened? I've sent username and password along with the heading. So let's go to Postman. Review what was sent. So if you see here, there's a post kind of a request sent, right? So a post request was sent. Let's open this request. So if I click on the link, it will open up the request. So this is the request which it has sent. It has sent a body along with it. So body has email and has password, right? This is a way, our UI, our browser or our Chrome browser interacts with the server. So what this what browser is doing, it's taking your email ID, it's taking your password, and it has a token, and it's taking this token also, and then sending the request to the server. So server will see and validate whether your email ID is correct, your password is correct, and your token is correct. Only if all these three are correct, what will the what will the server do? It will give you the information about your token. Okay, so uh token is a way or every server or every browser server interaction, they have a mean to sync between each other. So like right now for this sync, they have taken a token with this value. So the value will be changing. It's not for us to decide. It will be based on the browser. So on our initial, when we clicked on www.plugs.login.com, so that time our browser interacted with the server and they both came into a sync and they generated a token to interact with each other. And this token will remain same throughout the session which you're working currently. So this token, or it might change, depends on the server. Servers sometimes keep providing new tokens and sometimes they just have the same token. So token is again not generated by you. It is being generated by the server given to you. And if you want to access the server, you have to use this token along with your username and password. So this is something.
But we don't enter the token when we tap it on the website, right? It's like a backend thing.
Yeah, it's backend thing. So your browser takes care of it. Like as in your this Google Chrome will take care of it for now. I mean, like since you're using Google Chrome, they they don't want to give all this information which you don't have any control on, and hence you just see username and password, and rest are all taken care by Chrome itself. So after you log in, there's also a session cookie. Like there are like different types of authorization, channels, which happens between the source as in like the system and the server. So one of it is token. There is something called cookies as one more thing. So there are like various. So I think cookies, though, I think even now we can see some cookies. If you go to header, you can see that there are like so many things which are present. Can I see everything? Okay. So this is like the cookie. So this is something which server gives it to us. And in order to send any future request, you need to make sure the cookies are attached to your other requests. Other requests as in like when you try to do any kind of operations in your in your application or in your web service. So like
Do
imagine
you
you,
make the cookies attached? How do you do that?
so how do we do it or how do
As
the
in,
browser does it?
yeah, like you said, that we have to make sure the cookies are attached.
Okay, so how do we do it?
Yeah,
Because we have this interceptor on, these cookies will be saved. So imagine like this Laravel session cookie, right? If you
yeah.
let me go back. Oh shoot. I want to show how you see the screen. Let me do this. I don't want to clear. If you clear the cookies, then you will not have access again. So make sure you don't do it because you have started. How do I get it to go? Until this goes up, I can't. I don't know if you guys can see that this window has come down.
You want to come out of the cookie screen?
Yes, but
There's like an X at the top right corner. Oh, got it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, this. I don't know if you can see this Zoom window which comes up here. I mean, since I'm sharing the screen, I see it. Maybe you guys are not seeing it. So like, it says uh, it says some option and that it was hiding the X from me. But now since escape worked, I'm happy. Okay, so all these cookies, since you're capturing the cookie, right, from the interceptor, what interceptor does is it captures everything. That's the beauty of interceptor. If the interceptor was not there, you had to go to the the request and manually capture the cookie. So how do you do it? You go to sign in, you go to header, you go down. So this is your signing. And if you go down, see this is your session cookie. So whatever you're seeing here, EYJP. So just for my session, it's like EYJPD, right? If I go to my this thing, I click on this. So see EYJPDI, whatever. So that is my session. Because of the interceptor, it got copied into my cookies, which is like this. It got copied into this one. It says like for this website, there is a cookie called Laravel session, and the value is this. It got copied. If interceptor was not there, you had to do it manually. How would you do it? You would come here into the header, you would add a key called cookie, COOKIES cookies, and then add the value here. Okay. All clear up until now? What happens, how the connection happens, and then how do you uh, store cookies, how the cookies get generated. It's all like there are some functionalities of the Chrome itself, so you can't do anything about that. It's nice that it's just that you never saw all um, these things which would happen in the backend. You would just know you type this web address, you click on enter, and then you get a beautiful screen which is here. But these are the things which happens in the background, which is like there's so many link exchange, as in like and then a lot of resources exchange. So you see all these css are nothing but like styling element on how you see this web page. Then you see some icons, you see some logos, you see some jQueries and things like that. So there are so many things which are being exchanged between the the front end and the back end through the internet. So this happens all through the through the internet, as in like you send the request through this, it will go to a server will respond with all these information. But again, it will also send you the cookie. So it sends the cookie. You have the cookie here. You can copy paste it from here also, but it's difficult, as in like it will take a lot of time. Plus you need to have all this thing. But Interceptor does this all for you. So once you log in, it has a session cookie. Session cookie is copied from here to your Postman, which is here, and then you can use now this Postman to send more requests, right? So the cookie is stored. We did all this to just store this cookie, and then you have this session, and then you have the session installed in your page. Okay, so now I hope this part is clear. I'll move ahead now, which is the next part. Now, in this page, right, I want to create a new service. So I will click on create. Let me do it through UI first, and then we will do the same thing through Postman, okay, to see the difference on what are the difference. So this is the website. I'm creating a new kind of service. So I will click on new service, right? I got a page which says like, okay, what service do you need? Fill in all the information, please. So I will add a title. So title would be testing tutorials, right? Postman. So description, testing, explanation. I'll select one of the category, which is like travels, and then shipping, and then price. I'm going to give like $65 or each. I think I can't change it. So $65 refund. You will get 50% refund. Number of days to return is like 15 days. And then I'll add a page. Let me add this symbol, and then no bidding allowed. And then, yeah. So I have filled up all these fields, right? I have filled up all these fields. And now this button here, create button. What this create button will do once I submit a click. So let's see that, how interaction happens. So we will be seeing that part. So I'll go to my this thing first, click on interceptor. We came to, okay, so see at this point, we still have just the get. Now, once I click on create, a request will be sent to the server with along with all these details which we have mentioned here, right? Along with all these details. So I'll click on create. A request was sent, and then we see these details, right? We see tutorials PM, we see, and we see a number 44586. So this was given. So what happened here is a service was created with the name of testing tutorials PM with all the details which we gave in, right, into the form, and then we sent it. So all these details are on the ticket. This is the image and everything, right? Now let's go back to our Postman. We can see the same thing. So this is the post request which got sent. Post. So whenever there is information which you provide details, so like in this part, what we did was we provided a lot of details, right? So whenever there is a chance where that we provide details to the server, it is always post, right? The first time when you're trying to provide some details is like creating a new customer, creating a new service request or anything. So that is called post. So in post, what you do is you send a request to the server along with the data where server has to store those information. So that is post kind of a request. Okay. So let me show you like how the request looks like. So there is a body here. Um, Body is currently in form data. There are different ways of sending the body. Uh, our website, which we are testing right now, accepts form data type. So that's why it's like this. But there's one more example which I'll be showing you in a while. And that example uses like JSON type of a body. So this your developers like imagine you're in a application where you're trying to test an application. There your developer will let you know on what kind of the request. They will give you these endpoints. They will say, okay, this is the endpoint which you have to test. These are the different requests you have to test. So they will send get. Get is like you don't have to put any body. But if they ask you to test any of the posts, so like post, put, or anything. So post, put, or patch. All these three means that they will give you a body. Body as in like what are the different variables or different things which you have to send along with your request. So these are the things which you need to send. So let me try to. Okay. I need to. Okay. So I don't see. Oh, anyways. So this is the body which has like some details what we enter. So we enter price as 65, refund as 50, refund we as like validity days like 15. These are some subcategories which you need to know, which we chose it from the drop down menu. So all these requests, I mean all the different variables which you have entered into the form there is present here in this page. And this was easily captured because of the interceptor. But imagine that there is no interceptor, there is you and you don't know what the body is, then you have to ask your developer. Your developer will let you know what kind of a body it is, and then they will give you different inputs. So they might give you price, refund, all this information, and then you have to send this information um, along with your request. So when you click on send, again this information will be sent back. So before sending the same thing, so first time we sent this information with the help of our browser, which is here, and we got this as a response. Now what we do is we will try to send a new request through our postman without using the browser and see what happens. Okay. So let me go here. Let me use this add services here. Let me update this value. So let me write testing. I'll use RD services.
No, ADD.
What?
What's AD?
ID. Oh, I'm just writing some random name.
Okay.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
make it to affect.
Just the name. So whatever I filled here in the form, like there was a form which we filled right before this. I clicked on create new, and then there was a form, remember, where all these details. So the same thing, instead of using a UI, I'm trying to use Postman now. Okay, with Postman, so let me. Main is, let me take off the description. Okay, now you can see more. So see, it says all the field names. So this is how I know what it is. So here it's asking me for the service name. So I'll give a service name. I'll say service
Hmm.
ID and then name. Okay, this is the service name. I can add whatever. So this is, I mean, like instead of filling it in a GUI, which is your this portal, I'm using Postman now, right? So I'm using Postman to do the same thing. So I have price of 701. I'll send it. So request is sent and we received a response from the website. Now, how do we know whether our request was sent properly? Did we get a correct response? Uh, was our service created or not? So very first thing to test is this 200 OK. 200 means your request was sent successfully to the server. Server accepted your request and sent back a response saying, okay, send back a successful response saying, okay, whatever you have requested has been processed and we are sending you back with the data you needed. So 200 means like a successful message. So this number is very important. So there are some series of number which I will tell you in a while. So 200 means a successful. Okay. 200 or any series with 200 means like a successful connection and successful request processing or service processing. Okay. So no questions until this point. So we have sent the request, we got the response. In the response, we will be validating few things. What are the things which we are going to validate? Let's see now. Let me see. No results. Why is there no result? It's sent with a new. Maybe the cookies were not synced. Hold on. Headers, cookies. Okay, cookies look to be fine. Hold request fine. Everything looks perfect. I think the session is expired. So or I might have to use a. I have saved this request before the session. That's why maybe the things which got copied into this session or the header are like expired. So I might have to use the one from right now in order for this to work. So add services, let me process, don't save. Okay, before doing anything, let me go here. This is the current one. Let me change the description here. Testing explanation. Maybe service. PM tutorial. Maybe expected to refund 40%. Valid 20 days. I think enough information sent. Maybe the names are different here. Let me go back. Okay, I think I missed one thing before, which is if I go to my interceptor, which is after you send your request, which is this post request, you're sending a new request, which I want to show it, which is this one. And here you get all the details. 44856. Let me send this. So in this request, you get back all the details. So what happens is you went to the application, like, let me show you again. You clicked on create, you filled all the details, you sent on create the button, which you had it, you sent on it, and after sending, you also the web page responses with this URL saying that okay, your new tutorials, the tutorials or the new service which you have created is present with the ID 44586. Generally, in your post, like after you send the post request, you would get this ID 44586 back into your post. So let me see if I get it or not. If not, then did the screen share stop? What? Let me use this screen. This is bigger. Can you see my postman?
No, it's just we are saying the JSON.
Okay. Now
Okay, yes, no, I can.
Yes, I can see it.
you can see the postman, right? Okay, well, this screen is bigger and better. Okay. So now let me bring this also to the screen. So what we did first was we created our request, a request was sent, and now we are trying to see this number in the request. In the post request, we need to see this number. So what UI did is, where did it go? Okay. Now I go to my interceptor. Let me close this. Don't save. Okay. So my interceptor, I see that this post was sent, right? This post request was sent with the body saying 65, 50, 15, 98. All this, with all this information, a post request was sent. I want to see if there is any response. Looks like there's no response for this, but generally we would get a response whenever you send any kind of a post. So what post will do is post we will be adding new data into the database. It's like that. Imagine that when we right now there was no service of name. There was no service of name.
Why are we adding new data since we've put in the URL already? Why are we not adding the data inside the post, inside the postman again? Or I'm kind of confused.
Why you not adding this inside the postman? This
No,
44586.
like Okay, okay, just continue explaining. I'm just trying to understand, so I'm kind of confused. I don't know.
Yeah, you will understand about this 44586 in a minute. So before going to that, like I'm first trying to explain like what is post. Post as a request, like you will be sending some details into the web, into the server where your new record will be copied into the data, or like new record will be inserted into the data. And for that record, there will be an ID that will be sent back as a response from the server. Okay, server will say, okay, I've added all this information, right? And this is the ID which you need to use in order to access that information. Okay, so this is that ID. For some reason, our website is not giving us that. I mean, like the post request, what we are sending it from here is not giving that ID. So that's why I could not explain that part on like where this number was stored. Let me recheck. I was checking that number. If I can find that number, then it will be easy for me to explain that, okay, see, this is the number which was created or which was sent to us after after our post was successful. But I don't see that number. Let me,
Would it be possible to use like this search magnifying glass on the top right corner?
yeah, you can search it. You can search, but the number 44586. But this is like a new request, so let me do
Mm-hmm.
445. I don't see the 44. Yeah, I don't see the number. Is the problem? Like general in other another scenario, or in like if you are working on any website, if you do a post with some data, they will send you a response back with the record ID which is being created, or else how will they know that a record with 44586 was created? So this information is being sent. I just don't know like how they are sending it, or like see they are directly opening like 44586. So our web page would not know this until the server has sent this information. So it is sending it in a form which is present here, but just don't know how it is written here in this page. Or maybe they are not sending it in this page and they are sending it elsewhere. But in other generic scenario, you would get an ID saying, okay, this has been created for you. But I don't know, I don't see it here, so I can't say much about it. But yes, in generic scenario, they would give you this ID. That's how you know that your post request has been submitted, it's successful, and you have a new service with the number 44586 registered. Okay. So now if I go back to my all the services view, service view. No, ID, defaults, listening services. Okay, so these two were created. This I created just before some time. Services, 12:04 p.m. Okay, you know what? Let's try to add one more time and see if a new request is being added through Postman. So let's do that part for last time. If it does not add up, then there is some problem with the way we are sending the data from here. There might be some problem. Let me try to, before sending this, let me add one more service request from here to get like a correct updated one. First thing, second, best category, animals and cultures, farm, MD, 20 and 20 days. Okay. Add some random picture. Create. Okay, so I'll go to my logs. I have added this here. Now let's go to the postman. Go to interceptor, close this. Close it. The request which I just sent was this one. It has a body. Now let's try to edit this and send a new one. Make it short time. Test again. Let 25. Refund 20. 30. Refund valid 25 days. Subcategory I will leave it as this. Headers and everything is fine. Authorization is fine. $200. Now let's see if record is created. Custom service, second time. Okay, the record is not created here. So there is some problem while sending this. So something is not working here. And we need to figure out what is that. It has cookies properly. Headers is fine. Test results, not body. Okay. Let me check what's wrong and why is this not being created. I think I chose a little bit difficult web URL to practice, so that's like it's confusing a little bit. I think there's some problem with the way we are sending the data, so I might work on this and try to get up with one correct body or the form data, and then I will use that to explain in future class. I mean, in the next session or after the lunch, if I can fix this, um, or else in the next, yeah, if possible after lunch, or else in the next session. But yeah, you have to send these data from here into the website, but this website server is not accepting this input. There is some reason for which it's not accepting, but I don't know what is the reason, because this is sending us the response in HTML format, and it's difficult to read the HTML format message because it does not say like what is the error or any kind of issues on why this is not being accepted. It is just sending us it's just sending us a format or HTML page which which maybe has uh the problem or like why this request is not accepted, but I have to go through each and every part of this HTML page to understand. Okay, so preview says login. Okay, so looks like our session is not being properly sent. But if I go to the cookies, I see cookies. Cookie is proper. and it has to be accepted. Okay. Why is it not accepting? Password. Let me do this. Maybe this would be the issue that I have not entered any username and password. Maybe. I'm not sure about it, but this could be the issue. No. Okay, you know what? Give me some time. I will work on this a little bit more and try to come up with like one working process of post. But just for the sake of understanding the concept, I have one more uh, website which is a little bit better in that aspect. We can use that one to practice. So we have this website here. I'll use this for our practice session today now. And on two plugs, I will try to figure out what is the problem. Like there would be problem on the way session is being captured, or yeah, the way session is captured, or the way token is used, anything on those lines. So we will be using this website. So now let me go to this one. So this is a practice website for someone who wants to practice like how API functionality works. So this is the server, JSON placeholder dot type icode.com. Let me send that to the chat because you might be using this. So this is the main website from where you will be using, where you will be sending the request and from where you will be getting response. It has different types of resources. So there are like posts, comments, albums, photos, to-dos, and users. So these are like the different resources. I will be using first one is users, and it says like how to use them. So these are like get request, and there are some posts and puts and patch and delete. So we'll use these. And there's a user guide also to follow. You can use the user guide also to you will in reality you would in any project they will give you things like this. So even in my current company where I'm working, they have given me some URLs. So this is like the base URL. So they will tell you this is your base URL, and then there are some resources in this URL. So let me show you some example of resources. So we have our base URL, which is this, plus we have some resources. So the post is one of the resource. So I will go here and I will type this part. So my main website, which is my URL, plus the resource, which is here. Press enter. And you see on pressing enter, you see so many details. So it says like there are a lot of details. So there are so many posts. So you see that. And then I'll see all this through Postman also. So this there are like all these get requests, then there is post requests. So all these post, push and patch and delete, you need to execute these through Postman. You can't execute these through a browser. You have to use Postman because you have to send some body as in like some parameters. So let me take us to that quickly. So what I have done is taken this is the get link for all the users in this application. So I'll send and I got the list. So this is the JSON response. JSON is a format in which your output is sent to you by the response. So this is like the JSON format. So like syntax. So everything has a syntax. So this is a syntax. So there is like in SOAP UI for SOAP testing, we had a format of XML. So this is like XML format where I mean, like last session, we have discussed a little bit about this on what type of data. So this is like XML type. So where element the syntax of this file or the language with this file uses is XML. All these are XML identifiers plus the way we code. So there's a language. Syntax is nothing but the language which this application is using to interact with users and servers. So XML is language for this one, but for this website, the language is JSON. So JSON is most widely used. It's very fast and yeah, it's very fast to use. So that's one. So this is get request. Get request is again nothing but like it will go to this website. It will request the server to give you all the information on the users. So server will respond with all the users and the list of users. So it has like one user, two user, three, four, five, six. There's lots many users, and it has given there are 10 users, and it has given you the information of all the 10 users, right? Now, if you want, if the some website supports it. So if you want the information on the first user, you will add something called /1 to get information on the first user. So instead of all the 10 users, now you will just see one user. And how do you know this? This would be given to you in your API specs document. They call API specification. Your developers will make API specification because developers would have all this URLs and this data somewhere in their server. So now developers has told us like, okay, to access all the user list, you have to use this URL and send a request of type get. You will get all the users which we have. But if you're looking for some particular user, you might have to give us the user ID. So if I'm looking for user ID 3, I'll give the user ID as 3 and I will get the third user from the database, or like the user for whom the ID is 3. Okay, so this is one type of request, which is get. You will send the request, your server will respond, and then you can do some validation on this request. So how do we do the validation? So that's one more very interesting part. I would go to the tests which is present here. If you see this test, it's written here, and I would write some testing. So pm dot test. So there's something called snippet. Let me first explain you that because this makes our life easy. So Postman application by itself has given an easy way to test few basic what do we say, to test few of the basic things in a response. So for example, this is called status code is 200. So as I said, like if the server is responding with a message, and if the message is if the request is proper and the server processes the request properly and sends you back with a response, it will send you with a code of 200. 200 means like the server has identified the request and is sending you the proper response. But again, you have to always look into the body to understand whether the information which we have received from the server is correct or not. Like here it says like 200 and it's sending proper information like ID, name, username, email, and everything about the user 3. But in our previous example, like for the post where we were trying to send some data in the body and we expected, you know, the application to create a new type of a service and provide the response of the ID, but it didn't work. However, you see the response is sent as 200 positive. So, uh, sometimes like this happens. Like server has saw your request, or like server has seen your request and process the request, and now server needs more information. So server is finding difficulty and identifying the authenticity of the user who is sending the request, right? So server is saying, okay, you know what, before I process your request, you need to log in. So that is what server is saying. However, this information is still being sent under 200K because 200 as a service code or response code, you can say. So response code as 200, which means like, okay, we are not saying the request is bad, request is good, but we have some authentication issues. So please authenticate before we can process your information. So this is how a server sees. So here they are not sending you with a bad signal, like, okay, you know what, this is an incorrect request. So we will not be doing it. It's just asking you to revalidate, re-authenticate yourself before it processes the request. So server is also right in this case, and hence 200 is sent. But that's not always true that 200 is like that your request has been processed completely properly. Okay, so coming back to our get. So now, so in our test, we have to make sure that the code is 200, but again, this is not true all the time. So you have to also do something more, as in like, let's check the name in the response. So you have received this response, and now you can validate each and everything in the response. So how do we do it? Okay, so there's a way that we can store all these values of the JSON into a constant variable. So I'll create a constant and then I'll tell response. And then I will say PM dot response dot data or PM dot response dot, I think PM dot response will be. Okay, so now what happens here is like all your complete response is being saved into a variable called response. Now you can validate your response, or there's something called this tiny thing which is like a bot which Postman has built, and now you can use this post bot also to do or write tests for you. I use it sometimes. So we can give a comment or command to this post bot and it will write the entire test for it. So I'm writing test for response. So what it did is it has returned a test which says like, which is kind of validating the schema or like the properties of this file. So it's going to validate some of the properties of this. But instead of this, I can also give this postbot commands like validate name from response to be Clementine Bouch. And it has written a test for you. So it says pm.test, name in the response is Clementine Bouch function. So what it did is like this is a syntax again to validate something. So what it's doing is it was going, so this is, let me write it here.
Sure. Hi, sure.
Yeah.
Be honest, this part, I don't know if I'm speaking, I don't know. Told me like, I mean, for me too, I don't like, I'm really confused with all this. I don't know. It's like,
Oh, this coding part.
yeah.
Literally like learning a different language.
I'm just staring at the screen for the past
Okay,
20
I think then you know what, like right now this might be like very early for us to discuss this test part. Okay, for this test I will explain this off, or like you can read on your own later
Yeah,
on.
about
But for time being, just understand that there is something called test, and you can test some.
some snippets of the code.
Yes, snaps, like you can test this response which you are receiving from the server, right? You can test it. Actually, to be honest, like you need this in the real time if you're doing an API testing. But since we are very new to testing plus programming and everything, uh, I would come back in future, like after you finished your Java coding and everything, to this part where you write this test and then try to write some small tests. But after you study Java, this will become easy for you. This is not very difficult. If I read it, it's like a what we say. Imagine that it's an easy way to write these tests. That's what I can say. So here it says PM.expect. PM is like postman. Dot expect is like you're expecting something. So it's what are you expecting? You're expecting this part, which is uh, the name. So this means the name. Oh, and how do I know that this means name is like again you need to understand little bit of programming, little bit of um, trying to know there's a way to identify or the think it as a point of a compiler. Compiler is like the person or like the computer who wants to know that the computer is checking this field. So this is a syntax to know the name, and then it will check for this Clementine Bouch is equal to Clementine Bouch. So you write your snippets here and you send it. Uh, and if your test is completed successfully, you will see I've sent it. Where is my test? Where did it go? So I sent it. It did a validation. It is saying everything is correct, but where do I see it? Okay, hold on. Save it. Sending request. It did the request, but where's the test? No, I don't need cookies for this. Oh, there is something which is missing. There's a view. Okay, there's something which comes here on the bottom, which says that your test has been executed and all these different tests has been compiled and it's working fine. So let me see how to view that toggle zoom reset, toggle to pane view. Okay, here. I just changed the view. It's the same thing, but here now I'm seeing tests as a what are the tests? So we are trying to test status code. We are trying to test status code twice. Let me remove it. So we are trying to test if the status code is 200 and we are trying to test if the name in the body is Clementine Butch. So it says since it's equivalent to Clementine Bouch, it's saying it's passed. But imagine I changed the name. I wanted to show Shrikant, right? But our server is sending some other name. So if I send it, it will say name in the response is Clementine Butch and assertion accepted equal to Shrikant. So that this means that it's getting something else from it from the response body and it's expecting the name to be Clementine Butch. So the second test failed. So this is how we have to test it. But again, you will know more about um, how do we write these test assertions after you learn a little bit of Java and when you do some little bit of coding in Java. And then later on, when you come to this snippet, you will find this to be a piece of cake. This will be very easy because it's like very, this is like a language which you have to learn. This is called JavaScript. This is written in a JavaScript type of language, which is not same as Java language. This is like a different language called JavaScript. But it's easy, it's not difficult. Trust me. I learned it in a day. So you can learn it in maybe like 1 or 2 days, not much. And also like Postman is very easy to use. So it's giving you a postbot. It's postbot is activated through this button. And you can give like commands to the postbot and then commands will generate a test scripts for you. And again, the test script can't be used right away. You have to just do some little bit of updates here and there, and you can use the test snippet written by the postbot also. And trust me, I'm using this in my current work uh, place where I use postbot and I get like similar body, and then I have to validate each and every thing in the body. So I will be validating like name, username, emails, address, and everything. So this is how the validation happens, and this is how you need to test. So your question could also be like, what are we really testing in APIs, right? So what you're really testing is you type an URL, you have the type of the request, you will get an API documentation which will say, okay, there's a request type guide, there's a request URL type this. When you send the request, you will get a response of type this. You need to validate the ID is correct, the name is correct, the username is correct, the email address is correct. So whatever the fields you see here, you need to validate those fields first thing, right? You need to validate the response code is 200 second thing. Third thing, you have to validate the time is not too long. Sometimes this time can be maybe like 4 seconds or 5 seconds. Right now it's 41 milliseconds. If there's a very big website which takes very long time to load, that's not good. So you have to make sure the time is less. Sometimes they check the size of the page also. So all these are like different parameters which you will be testing in your APIs. So when you send a request, there are a few things which you need to test is uh, status, time, size, uh, and then the fields. Now you'll be like,
Sorry, Shika.
yep.
How much time should we be aiming for? Like, what would be a good benchmark for response time?
Uh, Again, it depends on the application, but what I know is 200 milliseconds is a very good time, because more than that it should not be. But again, it depends on the application. So some applications, imagine like which has lots of data, for them having a response in 200 milliseconds will be very less. So for them, it would be like 300 milliseconds, which is like 3 seconds or 4 seconds, something like that. But for good user experience, I think it's 200 or 300 milliseconds, not more than that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. But again, yeah, those are the aspects which you need to test. Again, and there are some things like you would be testing. Yeah, so these are for forget you're just trying to test, like, whatever name is present in the database, you see it here or not. Whatever username you see in database, you see it here or not. That is the only testing you're doing here. It's like one-to-one mapping. So you will have your database. Imagine we will be studying database right after API class is done. So imagine like, this is one of the sample database I'm saying. So here it says you address is one, this and this and this, right? Imagine as an just a scenario. Okay, for user one, address is this. So in the Postman, when you send this request for user one or user three, it will send you this address with the street name and everything. So what you have to validate is the data which you see here in this Postman is same as the data which is present in the database. Okay, this is the testing which you will be doing in future. I hope no questions here, right? For the get at least. Now I can move to the post type of a request. Consider it as yes. This is the next form of request, which is like post. And here we have the URL and we have a body here. So since it's a JSON body type, it will follow the JSON syntax. It will have title, body, user ID. Let's try to send this. Unexpected token in JSON at position 7. So it's seeing unexpected token, which is okay. I think JSON works this way. Okay, what is wrong? One over everything is going. Title, food, it looks like there's a format issue. Let me fix it from here. So suppose, and then there's a guide. So I'm testing for this is my body. I hope this works. Okay. T in JSON at position 7. Right, fine. Okay. You know what? There's something wrong with this body type also. So let's take a break for like 5-10 minutes and then I'll fix this syntax for this one and then we'll get back. So let's meet at 1:10. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. Resume. Yeah, I was recording just now. I forgot. Okay. So yes, in this post, we will be sending other requests, and this is our post body. So we are sending user ID, title, and body to this URL, right? And we have mentioned some information like testing body. So testing body will be stored at variable body. Testing PM post will be stored at variable title, and user ID is this. So now I'll send it. So all this request was sent to the server. Server noted down these values, right? And it has given us an ID. It said, okay, all the information which you have sent to us is saved into the database. So imagine there's a table in the database. It would add records here in the table, and the record ID, the category ID here. So imagine there's an ID which is given back to us. So this is the ID. So now if you ever want to refer or want this record, you can enter this ID and get back this record. Right, so that is one type of a testing. Again, you can have tests here for this. You can do similar type of testing. Uh, Here you can see the record. The code is 201. 201 means a new record has been created, right? And that is the code for it. So if in some interview question they will ask you what are the different types of status response code you have seen while testing APIs. So you will say 200 is for successful, 201 is for new record being created, and there is like 300, 400, 500, which we will see in some time. And then the time and then the size. So you'll be testing the same kind of things, but this time you can also test the user ID password or user ID title body, but this will be same as what you are sending. So it should not change from what you are sending. So this part we are receiving from the server, and this part is what we are sending to the server. So we sent it, server stored it, and after storing it, server sent us this message. So this is how we do it. So this is post. Now we can go to the put. Put is nothing but an update into the post. So you have already posted, a new record is created. So every time you do a post, a new record is created. So let me start making notes now. So get is to retrieve everything from DB and show it to the user. And post is nothing but add a new record or information into the server, and then put update the information. Oh, you guys are not seeing this screen. Hold on. I was writing the notes, but it's in my different screen. Okay, so put update the information which was sent, which is already stored in the system. In our case, imagine that we have stored in our post, we sent like, okay, first testing PM post and testing body. Now you feel like, okay, body has to be something else. I want to change the body, or let's see what it says. So we want to change like the body and keep the title as is. So we'll keep the title from the post here. This is the style testing PM post. Okay. And then body was testing body. I'll change it to updated body and clear the response. So now we have a new request which is of type put. Put is nothing but it will go to the first user and it will update the body for it. So we are sending the rest of the information as is and just changing the body. Send it. So once it's updated, server will send back the new request, or I mean the new response of what is the updated value look like. So now updated value looks like this. User ID as 1, title as testing PM1, post and updated body. So this is how put will work. Put, you have to send all the information like how you have sent it in post, but here this time you will be sending more information on, I mean like you will be sending updated information on few fields. You won't be sending all the all the all the details, as in like user ID. I mean, you won't be changing all the details. You will change only few and you will send that. So that is put. Now we are moving to patch. Patch is nothing but uh, in patch, what's the difference between put and patch? Put, you have to send the entire body and you can update maybe body, title, whatever you, but the other fields which are not being tested, you still send them. But in patch, you would just be sending something which needs to be updated. So imagine I just want to update the title. So what I will do is I'll say new title and it will go and update the user one. I'll send it. So for user one, ID one, body could be anything, but the title says whatever we have sent right now, new title. I can change this to new and send it. Then our body will start to say new. So whatever we want to change, we can change it. So instead of title, if we want to change the body, we can change it. So our body will start to say new. So whatever you want to change, you can change that. So that happens in patch. You will just be sending the field which you want to change, and then you will not be sending everything. Okay. And then final is delete. So delete is a new form of request, which means it will go and delete everything what you are asking it to delete from this URL. So the URL is there and you are saying go and delete the user one and then you send it. So after it deletes, it will send out this information. That means everything is deleted. There is nothing in the database for ID1. That's what this means. And then again, you can validate the same things here. You go to the test results and then you can add more code. You can directly say generate tests. The Postman bot will write a test for you. And then these are the different types of tests which can be tested. So again, here you can test status, time, size, and then your body should say empty. So Postman bot can write all these tests for you. But to understand what Postman bot is writing, you have to know a little bit of JavaScript and a little bit of knowledge on like to read this and understand what this means. Like what are the different types of tests which was written here. So those things.
Hi, sure.
Yeah.
Please, can you add that URL for the JSON placeholder in the notes that you sent to us so that it will be there, please? The
Yes, sure. So JSON placeholder, new URL plus for the two blocks, I could not complete everything today. So we will maybe whenever I have time, when I figure out why the post is not working for this, I will fix it and then I will send out either a video or the notes or the steps on how to practice this part. But for now, just for practicing and to understand um, this APIs and how APIs work, I would say go to this website and it's easy. It's plug and play type of a website where you can read this specification and try to you know practice. Yeah, this is the website. These are the different resources it has. These are the different get, this put, patch, everything is here. And if you go and click on this guide will give you more information on what you, on like how you'll be testing it. But for the practice, I'll just type everything here where it is. Let me see. Okay. For get request, practice with this and also with this for post request, practice with okay, for get you don't have to do anything, you don't need parameter. Okay, this parameters, let me tell you some things on parameters as well. Let me see if it works here. Let me see if it works on my time because this website. Yeah, it does work. Perfect. I'll be explaining what this means in 1 minute. So let's see. I forgot to explain query parameters, which is very important. Uh, Before doing that, I'll update the notes first so that we are all on the same page. So this is for post and come with post comes with body and body for it is of type JSON, right? So when you click on post, you have to make sure that you click on body and then you click on raw and then you click on JSON here. So all these three things has to be clicked. So I'll write it this way here. So body, then click on raw, and then from drop down, click on JSON, right? This way. All the three has to be selected. And only then you do this copy and paste of the body elements. So if you copy paste this, it will start to work. And then you can send the request. So all this is together. So post, and then I'll write support. Support is similarly the body of put. Body of put is here. And if I find something better, as in like better website to practice, I will send that to you as well so that you can practice there also. There was one more, but which I used to practice, but I don't see that website anymore. At least I couldn't find it like last time when I was searching. But I will try to research that one more and then try to send that also. And then final is delete. For delete, you don't need anybody. So I have added all the information here. Okay, I have added APIs and everything here. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to some of the query parameters. Okay, before doing this, let me show. Okay, when I try to add one here, right, at the end of the URL. So this is my base URL. It's called base URL. And the extra things are nothing but resources, or it's called path parameters, right? Okay, right. I think it's better to explain that part here. Base URL is nothing but until.com, beyond which everything is path parameters, which is, for example, this one. And then there is something called query parameters. Okay, let's explore more on query parameters. So imagine I get two users, I press send. I see 10 users, right? I see 10 users. Let me see if there is anything common between them. Do I have anything common? I have. What could be common? Name, address, city. Let me see if city is same somewhere. Mackenzie was South Alvish, Simcoe, South Cresty, Mount. Okay, I don't have anything, so whatever I type, it will just show one result. But still, that's fine. So now something called query parameters. So query parameter starts with a question mark. Okay. So as soon as you enter query, as soon as you enter, let's see here. As soon as you enter a question mark, it will directly take you to params, right? Params becomes like green dot. That means you are trying to add a parameter, right? And the parameter you're trying to add a key. So right now I want to have a username. I want to check. I need records for maybe let's say city. I'm trying to have all the users where city. So city comes here. So whatever you type here will be pasted here and then vice versa. And I'm looking for this one, Gwenborough. Let me see if it works. So it does not work here, but if I do it with /1, let me do it with a name. So that is not working because again, for this to work, your server needs to know the query parameters. Like if the server does not know, it will not give you correct results. So now I'm checking with username Brett. So this is a different way to find out. Okay, so username works. So last time, let me take this off and then explain what happens here. So when I do users, I get everything, right? I get all the information, all the 10 users. If I add one, which is my path parameters, I just see the first record, right? So this is called path parameter, but I can do the same thing using a question mark and add like ID, and then instead of values, I put one. And this will give me only one parameters. I mean like only one record. So I'm accessing the same information, but through either path parameters, which is by adding /1 at the end, which is here, or by adding queries. Queries is nothing but it is like in your record, it queries will help in filtering the record. So there are like 10 records. I'm looking for record number 1. So with the help of this query, parameters, you are just filtering these records out. Query parameters, so you have to use enter, question mark, then use ID, and so on. So this is first. Imagine you want to add one more field, right? You're not sure. You're like, there are like 3 breads in the institute. So let's, or ID will always be like unique, so we should not use ID. I'll use the name. Name is or username. Username says Brett, BRET Brett, then send. Oh, username. Maybe I entered something wrong, or username is not a parameter. Username.
Or maybe it's the spelling of the bread.
Yeah, could be. Let me check. Oh yeah, BRET is capital. So yeah, all those things are into consider. Okay, yeah, now it's working. So you have a question mark and then username bread, and then it started to work. So this is one. But again, if you want to check more things other than bread, you are like, okay, I need to see if the first name for this guy is this, or the name of this person is this. So now you can add it here, or you can add it here also. You see ampersand symbol, that means username is Brett and name is this, and then send it. And then it sent you the results where the both is matching. But if I take off one thing, then it will not give you any result because there is no match. So this is used for filtering, right? So you're filtering the results from the website. Earlier there were 10 records if you send this much, but now you are saying, okay, in those 10 records, I'm looking for Brett and looking for the name Lennon Grammon. So this. And then you send the request, you get the response. Okay, any questions on query parameters and path parameters? Because this is a very important SQL, not SQL, API interview questions. They will be asking you what is the difference between path parameters, what is the difference between what is path parameter, query parameter, difference between put and patch, difference between what does post do, what does get do, all these type of questions will be asked. And these are like the basics. If you know these, then you can answer it. One more thing is authorization. Because the two plugs didn't work, I have to make sure that it's working. But I mean, like, since it didn't work, I could not explain more on authorization. But in authorization, you will have the link, you will have the basic authorization, you will pass the ID and password along with your request. So like for sign in, imagine I would have passed like authorization, basic authorization, ID and password, and it would work for me. But this is not working for some reason. I have no idea why. But in general scenario, this would work. But here it's not working. Even though I have these tokens enabled, everything is fine, but still not working. So I need to understand why it's not working, or what is wrong here. I have enabled cookies and everything still. Okay, so this I will try to fix it and send out an email on how to set up, or in the next session before starting our Java, I would just quickly go and show how this authorization is being done and how we are storing this email ID and password and how we are using this email ID and password in our future requests. So these are important. Plus there is something called, okay, and how do you execute everything through? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, around 6 requests in my collection, right? So now we are seeing let's see a bigger picture of what happens, in real time scenario while you are testing an application for maybe companies, and how would you do it? So you can save all this, close. Save. Okay. So this is one of my collection, okay? So collections are this, you can you can click on this plus symbol and add a collection. So I have 2, 3 collections here. So let me just go with the one which we were using. So this is one of the collection. So collection is nothing but like it will have all the requests which you have. You can create test suite of collection completely. So I would use this API testing suite, right? I can create my collection like this, and then in my collection, I can add folders, right? Let me add folders. Where did it go? Hold on. Sorry, not here. Here. So this is my test suite, which I just created. I can add folders, and then I can add like a functionality. I mean, I can rename this as log or one of the functionalities like uh, users for our current example. So users is one of the thing which we are testing. So I can create a folder named users, and then I can add requests to it. So list all users. So this is one of the tests. So I will add a request, and then request type would be, let me copy this. My request type is of this, right? And then I will add some tests here. So let me send it. I'll just, so maybe there are some tests here. So I just ask Postman to do this for me for now, but in future you will be adding it. So this is how you will add. So you will have like your test suite, you will have your test cases, you can have test cases, main test case name, and then there would be some request under the test case, which will come here. So similarly, if there are 10 test cases, you will have 10 folders and some request under all those 10 folders. Now, if you want to execute your test suite together, how would you do it? So you know what? For example, I'll take this because this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 types of requests. So I want to run this together. So how would I do it? So I would click on this JSON placeholder project first. So my collection open, and then I'll go to the variable runs. I'll click on runs here, and then I'll click on run collection. So on run collection, it will ask me the run order, like how do I want my requests to be executed. I can change the order or I can leave it as is, which is fine. It will ask how do you run your collection. You can say it if you run it through manually as in like you start it, or you can schedule your run as in when and how you want it to be executed. You can automate it using command line, which is through pipelining, which happens in Azure DevOps or some CI/CD pipelining. We will see that in future, but you can give your collection there and they can run it for you. But right now, let's run it manually. Iteration is number of times you want to run the collection. So all the number of test cases or all the requests, how many times you want it to run. And then if you want to have some delays between them, you can add that here. So some request needs data, and data can be provided through external file, which is through this one, or else you can just leave this null and then run the JSON project. What it would do is it would run each and every list each and every test, or like each and every request, and then if there is a test under it, it will say like this. So delete had like the test which we wrote. So it says like, okay, all the test has been passed. And if there is no test, it will say no test found, like this. And if there is some test, it will say. So out of the 5 requests, it says that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of the 5 requests, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 requests were executed, but you see all these things like pass, fail. These are nothing but the tests which we wrote in the thing in our code. So this is one of the tests. So 1, 2, 3. We wrote like 3 tests. Not here. Sorry, here. Let me go there. So we wrote like 2 tests here. So those 2 were taken into consideration. And then after you run your test, you can see the status of it from the runs. So this is the test which we ran. And the duration it took, number of tests it had. We had 7 tests, 6 of it passed, 1 failed. 1 failed because we wrote a wrong name there. And you can see it in a graphical form also. Plus there's a view summary. It will say where it failed, what was failing, and things like that. So in a real-time project, you would be using this JSON placeholder or like collection, and you would run the collection all by itself. You won't be running each and every request, but you'll be using this. So this is one of the important things which I wanted to say.
Sorry, Shri.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, so how do we report the results of the test
So
to like the Scrum team?
to the Scrum team, you can directly pass the report from this collection run. So you see it says 7 pass, 6 fail, and if you try to get the summary of it, you will see the summary says, okay, this failed. So it here, instead of get user list, it will say the test case name you have. Right now, in my test case, I wrote like user list as one of the test case, but while running it for project, you will have your test case number here. So like it will say, folder will say test case 1, and then all these tests, all this request on the test case 1. So you will pass that information. So you will export results from here. Let's see if I can do it right now. Let's do it on desktop. How do I stop? Let's see. Open it here. Export results. Files. Okay. This gets saved in JSON format, like this one. Let me see if I can open it in my notepad. Okay. So you can give this file to your project manager or whomever, which will say, which in this file will give you all the details, number of test case passed, number of test case failed, where it failed, and everything, all the information, right? And there's also a report format which can be generated. I would leave that for you to explore more. And that can be explored once you do some of Java testing and Java, and or like when you understand a little bit on Java and things like. So after you understand Java and then you try to uh, incorporate the use of JSON or like the Postman. There's a way you can connect between Java and Postman. So you can do that also to generate the report. And there's also a way to run this uh, Postman using a Node.js or um, command line. So once you have your collection ready, so how we do is in our work, we would export the collection. You kind of export it. You export it from here. Once you export it, you can run it through Node.js, which is like CMD. I didn't want to give a lot of information. It's very confusing. So you run it through command line portal using Node.js. And while you run it from there, you can ask your Node.js to run this entire collection with help of report, or like you'll be passing reports command also along with the JSON file name. So what it would do, it would run all these requests one by one, and at the end it will give you a HTML report. After, and what you would do with that HTML report, as soon as you open that HTML report, it will start to look like it will give you a GUI format of this screen. It will say the number of requests passed, number of requests failed, number of test cases passed, failed, and everything. I can show you a quick sample of report or how it looks like. HTML report or what is it called? Postman. Yeah, it will look like this. Newman. It will look okay, so it will look like this. It will say summary, total request, failed test, skip test, total iteration. So this is how it will look like. And then when you clicked on the total failed test, it will show you what failed, how failed, and more details. So if you see, it will look like this also. This is the Newman report. It will say all the details of what the request was, what it was trying to test, and what failed. Okay, but that's
Thank you.
out of scope right now because take lots and lots of time to do.
The reason why I'm asking, so when you asked us to do like a test case, there was a part for like I think it was a monitoring and control where you have to say, okay, this is what I'm testing, and then if this fails, this is what needs to be done.
Oh, yeah.
So when you run the test, or when you execute the test plan, and you're doing the reporting, when you do like okay, this is the number of field tests, do you go back and like do another write-up to say, okay, these are the actual test results that I got, and these are what we can do to mitigate that? Or like you said, do we just send to the PM and then they figure that out with the developer?
Oh no, so if something is failing, so imagine like you ran the entire suite, right? And there are like 3 test cases failing. So you will log a defect for it in Jira. You will go to Jira. You will say test case 5, test case 10, test case 11 failed, right? So you will see what functionality is affecting. You will go to Jira. You will log an issue in the Jira, and then you will send it to developer. Plus, you will keep your project manager informed that okay, there are 3 things which failed, and developers are fixing those things. Because project manager, he just needs to know, or she just needs to know what is the current status of your testing, and they don't care on like what is working or what is not, unless you reach to a delivery date where uh, you find like 5 defects today and tomorrow is the delivery of the project. That time developers are like, we can't fix these 5 issues. Then project manager will be involved, and project manager will say, okay, uh, like are these, they will assess on how important these issues are, and based on that they will take decision of going live or not. So coming back to your question, which is like, if you identified an issue, first thing you will do is go to Jira, log this issue, and get the developers to fix it. And once the issue is fixed, you will rerun this entire suite again to see if everything is passed. You should see 100% pass. And in case where it's failing and there's a delivery the very next day, or you don't have enough time to um, or the developer does not have enough time to fix all the issues, then you go to project manager and explain your issue. Okay. Now
Thank
I
you.
answered your question. Okay. I think that's it for API testing. I have explained everything here except one of the point, which is environment variable. This might confuse you at this point of the time because you're not aware of what or you're not aware of these these tests. However, I'll just give an overview of what these environment variables are, and then you can explore more on these environment variables. So let me give a quick example of, okay, so what I've done is I've created an environment, name production, QA, global, and there are two types of environment. Like there's one is global, and then one you can create others also. So global means that this global environment variables can be accessed by any of the collections, here. So if you go to collection, you see environment written here. You can choose production production kind of environment or QA kind of environment. Like I have created two environments, so I can choose one of these environments, right? And global environment is here. It has some of the values, and I have created some variables and give values to them. So you can have like a URL present here. And now let me try to use these URLs in order for you to understand like why do we. So this is like a common place where you can uh, store some of the values, and then instead of using these values again and again, I can just use the URL. So for example, I go to collection, I go to JSON placeholder, and then go to any kind of request. So I see this base URL is always same, right? So let me copy this. Not this exactly. Let me copy this until.com. And you see this will remain same in all. So here also you have till.com. Here also you have tilde.com. So you see this repeating all the time, right? So what you would do is you would go to your environment. Right now I'm facing QA. So I'll go here, I'll try to add base URL, right? And then I will give an initial value of this and then this here. Now, instead of typing this initial values and current value in all the places, what I would do is I would go to this part and I will delete up until here, and I will write my base URL and then save it. And then, okay, I think there's a syntax mistake of maybe dollar, or let me see. Base URL. Okay. Where did it go? It's referring to global environment is you know what? I think I didn't save it. Okay. Because I didn't save it, I was not getting. I think I should get now. Let's see why this. Let's see. Base URL. Okay, here it is. Oh, it was double braces. I hate these syntax. Okay, so double braces. So now if I click, if I keep my cursor here, I can see that this value will be replaced when I try to click on send button. So the value of base URL is being taken from my environment variable, which is here. So here I'm selecting my environment to be a QA, and then it is selecting from there this value. And when I execute it, it will run all fine. It will tell me the perfect results. So why do we use it? Imagine there's a change in URL, like instead of JSON placeholder type code, now it changed to something else. So instead of going and updating it each and every request, you will just go to your environment variable. You'll go to here, and then you will change it here in one place. That's it. And all the other place will be fixed by itself. So this is environment specific. So if I change my, imagine that there are, for production environment, there will be some different URL, right? It is very possible for production to have different URL. So it will say something like http.prod, something like that, .com. http double slash base URL. Okay, so in this case, what it would happen is it will go to so if you're trying to run some of your test case in production, you would go to your collection, you would go to your collection again. And here you will just change your environment to production. And then the base URL, right now I didn't write the base URL. So if you want to see this working fine, you have to go environment, go to production. Where is production here? Okay, I didn't save it. Save it. Until you save it, you won't see the reflection into your collection. So I go to this, go to my user, and it got changed. You see, http://baseprod.com because I've changed the production. That's it. So this is like different variables. I mean, different type of environments. So global can be accessed throughout all the collections, and environment is specific. Whichever you choose here, only those will get access to your collection. And you will be using all these in combination in your project while testing any API project or while creating a test suite of any API project. Okay, so I think we are good with APIs. We have covered almost everything of Postman plus how how do we test it, what are different types of testing in APIs, plus how do you validate uh, your response against the database. We have seen that also. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's take a break of 30 minutes and then come back refreshed for database. That's going to be a very interesting topic. We will see that. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, so I need to.
Thank you.
Please
Sorry.
click on local instance down. Local instance MySQL, which is right in the center. You see MySQL connection down.
Yes, yes.
Double click on that.
Okay, that's good times.
Okay, looks like. Let's see if this has any default tables. Just 6 config. Okay. So looks like you don't have sample DBs installed. Let me see if I can. While installing the application, you didn't get any of the any options to install this Scala.
When I knew it asked me to install because after installing it, told me to install I can't remember it asking me to install any other thing or is it that something is missing?
Let me see if we can install sample database, and if we can, then I would give you instruction on.
Okay, so I stop sharing, right?
Yeah, you can stop sharing. Mm, I'm just seeing if I can quickly get you to install from somewhere. Or if we all have something similar, then even that would help. I have found something. Let me see if it works for me, then I'll give it to you and we will try to use that file. Mhm. Yes, yes. I'm just trying to create something. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on. I hope you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I have added this. Let's see if I can, by any chance. Table. Or okay. 2 seconds. Okay, perfect. So I'll give you one. I'll give you some. Do we all have MySQL installed? MySQL server?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let's quickly install one of the database where we will, try to practice it. Might let me try. Discover. Where is it? This. Where's it is here? Okay. I've sent you a zip file. Can you please extract the data from the zip file? Just extract it. Don't do anything as of now.
Where did you send it to?
In your email. You will-
Okay.
yeah. So did you guys get it? Did you change it?
I haven't gotten the email yet. I'm just checking my junk. He just got it.
Okay, perfect. Can you all download it? And
Yes. Hello, can anyone hear me?
yes, now we can.
Yeah, I've been I've been struggling to talk,
How,
so my mic wasn't working, but I could hear you guys.
and now you can hear him. Okay, that's fine. Then if you have the workbench, then try to, download the file which I've sent you. Plus, you can do a double click on this local instance and connect to the database. If you all can see my screen. And after you connect to the database, then you will see something called schema on your left side navigator. Click on this schema here. Okay. Don't do anything after clicking on schema. Wait for my instruction, because I want every one of us to have this classic DB so that we're all in sync. So I will let you know how to do it. So please confirm once it's done, okay? Once you have extracted the file, which I've sent you an email, and once you have opened my workbench, my SQL workbench, clicked on schema, land into this page and let me know.
Also, we should grab the file that we zipped out and put it inside my schema file, right?
No, not right now. And then
Okay.
you click on this SQL plus, like this,
Yes.
right? Click on this. You will have a SQL file open. Plus, if you have extracted your file, so I have extracted my file here. So let me show you. So I have extracted my file here, right? So I drag and drop it here. Then I'll see a new file open.
Sorry, drag and drop it where?
Into this window.
Okay.
Yeah, here. Then you will see MySQL sample database. You just have to do Control plus A on this file. Yeah, if this didn't work, then just go to the place where you have extracted the DB file, drag and drop here. You will see your file open up, right? Control A. Once everything is done, let me know. You do Control A to mark everything here, okay?
So I'm not sure. Just can I share my screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
It's confused, kind of. So, like you said, they're sharing the whole screen.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Yeah.
can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. Can you click on
On what?
the SQL? You see file written? Just below the file, there is a SQL plus. Yeah, click on that button. Okay, perfect. Now go drag and drop it here. Yeah, perfect. Now click on Control plus A. And then click on the lightning symbol. Yes, that one. Perfect. Wait for some time. And if you maximize this window, like maximize it, okay. You don't see anything down. Hold on. Yeah, you see the output is written very down at the big end. Output is written.
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
go take your cursor to the output, wherever output is written, and then drag it? Yes, perfect. Oh, see, this is working. So what it's doing is it's creating a database for you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's doing that. No, don't do it again.
Okay.
Yeah, or else it just redo everything.
All right.
Yeah. So now click anywhere else and then stop. And then once that is done, you see schema written on navigator left navigation screen, left on your left, completely left.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a small this synchronize button on the right. Yeah. Click on that button. Yeah, that is. So now you have your database. You see the first one? It's called classic models.
Yeah.
That's the table. And then that's the database. And then you have tables underneath it. You see tables written underneath classic models.
Yeah.
Can you click on the arrow or just before? Yeah, perfect. Now you have all these tables, customer,
Oh,
employees, officer, others. Click on,
okay.
go to the customers, the first table on the customers. No, no, don't click there. Just click on customers. And you see the third option, I, and then there's a ranch symbol, and then there's a table. The third
Yeah.
symbol, the third
Yeah.
symbol. Click it. Okay. Now you see the records into the table. So all these are the records. Perfect. Uh,
Okay.
do we all, are everyone on the same page now?
I'm trying to open my SQL. For some reason, it's not opening, so I'm just trying to fix that.
Okay.
Yeah, mine is the same. The workbench says the application is not requires Mac OS 13. Mine is 12.
It requires what?
OS 13. Mine is 12.
Okay. So I think you have to download a prior version. So it's it installed or it's not even installed?
It installs, but it doesn't open. That's just the thing.
Oh, wow, that's strange. Can you show me if possible?
Sure. Uh, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna click this out. So I have it installed.
My, oh yeah, the application, MySQL work.
Yeah, but it doesn't open.
You have Mac OS 12.6 and the application requires Mac OS 13 or later. Okay, so you need to install the older version of MySQL, which is
Yeah,
my Mac OS 12.
I have this one though, Valentino Studio. I was trying to see if I could use it to open up
Yeah, you can
the
like if
schema.
any other DB project also it works. It does not have to be uh,
Okay,
MySQL Workbench. You can use anything. So you can try to open up these files anywhere you feel like.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop sharing and try and see if I can use this to open.
Click on New database, down, 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 down. On the right, you see new database here.
Yeah,
Click. And what does it?
so SQLite files.
Yeah. And then give the path of your, oh, it's asking for location. Yeah, give any path is fine.
Okay,
Click on create. It's
okay.
creating new SQLite.
Oh, it's not importing. Maybe open database.
Yeah, maybe. But you have to like kind of create a database by running those files. You know what? Instead of doing this, just open a file somewhere and then run it. Cancel.
Okay.
Open. Does it show open file? Anything here?
It says new and open database or SQL file.
Yeah, just do an SQL file.
Okay. Yeah, but this isn't highlighted.
Okay, just select on new then. Okay,
Okay. Yeah, I have it now.
open it. Okay, do control all.
Okay.
Control all. And does it have any execute symbol anywhere?
Execute.
There is there. The green color.
Yeah.
Right. Run it. Okay, unexpected token status. So I don't know what this thing is, but you might have to either come up with a better developer ID, SQL ID, and then run this. So it's nothing but it is just going to create a database for you. That's it. But
Okay.
you can explore it on your own time. For time being, let's try to go through the topics and then
Okay.
yeah, explore this maybe later. Even you can try to Google saying like, how can I download MySQL workbench of older of like Mac OS 12.67, or which versions of MySQL supports Mac OS 12.67. It will tell you download that one.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay, who's sharing the screen right now? No one. I'll start sharing my screen. He is trying to restart her laptop, so maybe she'll take some time. However, this is not going to be very crazy. It's easy stuff. Even if you miss it now, you have the SQL file. You can create some sample database and try out this whatever I'm going to explain in this. So you have to just practice it in any kind of a database you feel like. So let's start with this. So first is, what is database? It is a very basic question, which is which needs to be answered. So database is this here, which you are seeing. There are lots of tables present, and all these tables together they form a database, right? And so your application, whatever application you're working on, it could be Facebook, it could be Instagram, or it could be any banking application. So all these applications has like a database underneath somewhere in a server being, which is collecting all the information which we are sending it to them, right? So what does database do? It stores the information. So that is why we need database. So now storing information as in uh, like information which can be stored and retrieved. So it has to be stored in a format where it makes sense, right? And then retrieving it also makes sense. Like you can't just store whatever data you're getting. So for that prospect, database has to be first it has to be present, plus it has to have different tables uh, inside your database to store those type of information. So for example, right now we have a classic models database, right? And this has various tables underneath it, like customers, employees, office, order details, order payment, product lines, and product. So we have created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, around 10 tables here. So, and we have divided these tables where each table stores a particular kind of information. So first one is like customer table, right? So customer table would store all the information about the customer. So it's saving customer number, customer name, customer last name, first name, phone, address, etc. So all these would give customer information, right? So this is the first one. Second one is the employee. So employee table stores all the information of the employees working in the organization, right? So this is that. Third is office information. So where all do they have office? So this information plus fourth is order. If someone wants to order something, so customer wants to order, so they have order number, the product code, quantity, price, and order line number. So that is present in this order details. An order table would have like, who ordered, order number, the comments, required date, order date, etc. Similarly, payments table would store all the payments information. Product line would save all product lines, and product will store all the product related information. So what did we do here? So this completely is database. All these table together forms the database. Now what, like a customer does not care about, what employees are working and things like that. So customers, all the customer related information has to be stored in one place. So we have created a table called customer, put all the data of customer in this table. So, and then we created like employees office and all the other tables. So where offices will store like all office related information, employees will store all employee related information. And then there is a relation between each and every table. So like offices might have employees, so they have relation between these two tables. Similarly, their customer and orders have relation. So we will see those relationship, and then the database, whenever it gets designed, all these relationships between the tables are kept into or are taken into consideration while making the database. So any given application has a database, and all those database will be storing information provided into the application. So we have to test this information when we are trying to do database testing. So I will not, go deep into development side of the database. I would rather keep it, simple, where we will just be looking on the testing side of the database. So like we will not be seeing how to create a table. So we have different formats of database, which is data. Let me write it here. It will be notes. The database. So first is data definition language. Here we totally talk about how to create table in a database, how to create rows, or how to create table including rows or including columns, not rows, including columns, which is called attribute of the table. Then we have some constraints, and then we have str constraints, and then we have let's look at the constraints because all the constraints will come here. So as in like data definition language, which means how a table is created. So it would cover those parts, like how do we create a table. So for example, if we see the file which we just loaded, it says create table products, right? So what this sentence will do, this will create a table which you see here. Where is product? It's in this place. So here. So what this sentence or this will do when you write this this 15 lines of code, it is going to create a table called product, and then it will add columns called product code, and you can see all this information here, right, just below it, because I'm running this products SQL. So what I've done is I've created a table called products. You can see the table called products here. And then I have added a column called product code, which is of type varchar. Varchar is a data type for this product. That means it can store both numbers and string. So S is called string and 10 is like numbers. So varchar in SQL means that it can store both string and number together. And then there can be a constraint on what kind of data can be loaded in it. So this one has no constraint. The second one says product name. So this is name and it's of type varchar. So what values can be stored inside this column is of type varchar, and it has 70 characters. So maximum characters which can be stored in this column is 70. Similarly, in the product code, only 15 characters could be stored. And then we have product line, which has 50 characters. Similarly, product scale, 10 characters, and things like that. And then we have decimal as an data type, which means like it will store only numbers, as in by price. And then we have primary key. Okay, so what is primary key now? So primary key for any given table means that this is a way where, so here product code is primary, right? So let me go to product code. Product code, the first number. Okay, this means in this table, this product code will always be unique, right? There's a primary key constraint, so which means if you want to make a column of a table as a primary key. Primary key is a unique way to identify any record in the table. So if I want to identify this Alfa Romeo GTA classic cars, right? I have this product code. So this product code is specific to this record. And this product code will not be present anywhere else in the database. So that's why we need primary key to make sure that table does not have the repeated value which is in this column. So this column will always be unique. So every element entered into this column will be unique. Like unique means it will not be repeated. So you will not find any two records with the same product code. So that's just the meaning of it. So this is primary key and foreign key. Now, what is foreign key? Foreign key is for the second table, right? So now imagine products. Product has from a column called product line, right? Product line is here. Now this is referencing to a different table called product line. So now what does this mean? This means that there is a column in products table, because you're creating a product table, right? Which is taking values from another table called product line. And there is a mapping between this table and this table. So product table and product line table, there is a mapping, or there's a relation, and the relation is with the help of this column. So relation, when I say relation, I mean that there is a relationship between product and product table, and how are they related? So that means that product line has, let me show product lines first. Okay, so product line has like cars, right? There's a different, so now in product line table, if you see, you will see that there is a unique constraint somewhere. Let me show the settings of this table. Okay. If I see product line, it says PK. PK means primary key. So which means that in this table, this product line is a primary key. Primary key means, I told you, it's a unique value in the present in the table. So in product line table, there is a column called product line, and the value of product line is going to be unique, right? So now in products table, I can refer, or I can go look, or there's a mapping between these two, right? So if I want to have product line of type motorcycles, then I will just refer to this one. So now what happens? So in this product table, I will just write like motorcycles, and the details about the motorcycles can again go back to product lines, and they will see what is motorcycles, and then they will get a description of motorcycles from here. So this is the relationship. So you can go to motorcycle product lines table, you can see the product cycle or product line as motorcycle and get the information on that. So this is called relation. And most of the tables or the database right now is relational database. So relational database means we have, imagine like before even this database existed, right? How were we saving the information? So it was like a very big Excel file. Imagine like a very big Excel file which was storing so much data. It would have in a single row, it would have all the detail about the customers, all the detail about the employees, all the detail about offices and everything. So those times, like there was a very big database or like very big Excel file where we were storing all this information. Now what we did is we slowly broke those big database into small ones, which is like we separated out the customer, separated out the employees, separated out the offices or the retail. So this is how they designed it. So a very big database split into small tables, and then they are all interconnected with the help of primary key and foreign keys. Um, so primary key and foreign key to form a relation. So now this becomes like RDBMS, Relational Database Management System. So database management system is creating the different tables, and like for a database, like or for a product, like creating a database as in the creating a table and then storing some information about the product into those tables. And then if you have relationship between all these tables, then it becomes like a relational database. Okay. And now this is one of the data definition language syntax where you would create a table, add columns in it or give attribute to it, give constraint as in primary key constraint, foreign key constraints. You can also give other constraints as in, or like there are other things called uh, alter table to change column names, and also constraints. So all these are required for the developers. So developers will be mostly taking care of these things. So you don't have to know a lot about this data definition language. However, you need to know a lot about data manipulation language. Now, what happens in data manipulation language? So in data manipulation language, you can insert records into the table, right? You can update records. In the table, and you can delete records from the table. And also deleting a table comes again here. Delete table, right? We can insert, update, select, and there is something called data selection language, which is called select or view, right? But I again find it, I mean, I don't put it into a different category. I just say select as in like select whatever is present into the table, what you're trying to view, right? Now, database structure. What happens in database testing? Yeah, let's try to clear that first before moving too much into it. Now I told you what is database. So here we have classic models as our database. Then we have some tables called customer, and all these are the tables into the database. So this is our database. These are our tables. Um, this database would be storing all the information about our product, which we will be testing. So it it will act like a memory of the system which we are going to test, right? Um, so consider it as like, imagine you have a computer, right? And in computer you are saving all these data. So I have a folder where I'm saving all this data. So this is my memory. So similarly for applications like Facebook and all this, they have a memory, and the memory is in a table format. So they will see all their data, or they will have all their data stored in a table format. So that's about the memory. And why do we have to do this testing? So when a UI or GUI or the front end sends information to backend, we have to make sure that all this information which was sent from front end is properly stored into the database. Imagine we have sent a product code of S10678 or 1678 from UI, from a field, or maybe say a product name of 169 Harley Davidson Ultimate Chopper is sent. But while saving it into the database, something went wrong and this field was missing and other fields were properly populated. What would happen? Like this will be missed, right? Because because of some coding issue, because of some development issue, this field was kind of ignored and not saved into database. So next time when customer or this product comes into place where someone wants to order product, this product will not show up the name. Why? Because the name was not stored properly. So that's why, like, we need to do the testing. Like, we need to test if all the records into the table or all the columns into the table where the record is being added is filled properly as per the request which we are getting to store into the database. So that validation can be done using some SQL scripts, which we will be seeing now. But yes, you have to test these. So first thing, if you're testing, like initial 3 years of in my experience, I was testing database. So what I had to do is like I have to test. Uh, right now, I'm giving as an example of the GUI. In GUI, as in like from front end or like from this UI screen, I'm going and I'm typing in information and I'm saving it into the database, validating here. But in first 3 years of while I was working for JP Morgan and Chase, I was doing the testing of just the database. So the data would land into the tables from a file, not from a UI. So it will be landed from a file. So there will be a file of CSV or Excel or any kind of format, and then developers has written the code which will take all the records from those files and put it into the database. And there would be some kind of transformation logic applied, which I'll tell you in some time, like what are transformation logics and how do we validate them. So we had to validate whether from the source file, everything is landing and being populated in this table properly or not. So there are various things which we have to test in our database, as in like in our tables. So imagine a new table being added. So customer table is added. So once a customer table is added, you will you will log in into your database. You will sign in, log in, and then you will see the table. So table has all these characteristics. So it has like column names, it has column types, what type of data this column is storing, and then it is primary key, not null, unique, bold. I mean, there's something binary number, and all these different types of characteristics. So you have to make sure that whatever is given in your business requirements, all these names are aligning with the business requirements, all these data types are aligning with the business requirements, all these constraints are aligning with this um, requirements. So that is your first validation to do. So that is where testing of database comes into the place. Plus, sometimes you have to create mock data as well. So that's a different ballgame. So right now, what we are discussing is validating the structure of the table or structure of the database. So that is one. Then next thing we are going to see is, there are many companies who has like the database, like Oracle has its own, and I'm reading this. So like Oracle has its own database, SQL Server, which has its own, MySQL Server, which is of Microsoft, has its own, DB2 is one, Microsoft Access is one. So there are like various database, DBMS, database management system, which you can use. I have used Oracle SQL Developer. I think I have one in my system. I can quickly show up how it looks like. Oracle DB. I hope it works. What if it's there? It will be here. SQL Developer, yeah. So there's a SQL Developer. It will take some time to open up. So once it opens up, I'll show it to you. But let's move on. So there's various type of user interface to see your database. So one is Workbench, one is Oracle, and there are a few more. Now going back to okay. So now there are different types. Now we have structure, database structure. So yes. So database structure, I've already explained about like the columns, the table names, the types, and those things are nothing but database structure. And you have to validate this. And before I move further, let me quickly explain what happens and what are these. Okay. This is example, this is how our Oracle developer looks like. Similar to SQL, this is Oracle. I have created this while I was trying to, study. But right now, for this, there's a server which has to be connected and things like that. So it's a little bit complicated that way. So I can't execute any of the query here. But this is how SQL developer looks like. Oh, sorry, Oracle SQL developer looks like, and you can execute your queries here, create table, whatever you want. Looks similar to what we have here in Microsoft. Okay, so this is table. These are the columns. Now, whatever we enter into these table are called records. So all these are records. So each and every row in a table is called record, and each and every column, each and every vertical record is called column. So this is horizontal record is called row, and vertical record is called column. So these are like all the columns. These are the column headers. These are called column headers, and these are all rows. So we are good with that. Now let's move on. So now they are saying database testing. We have GUI tests, which is like, let's make some notes before we move on and get into executing some real SQLs. So GUI tests. So what happens in GUI tests is the information which is stored into the database, which is here, right, are being correctly displayed to the user or not. So imagine there's a customer who has made some payments, right? So payments has check number, payment date, and amount. So customer number 103 has made a payment. So all the records of customer 103 has to be displayed to customer 103. So that will be done. So how do we do that? I'll explain some time, but for now, just to explain what we are going to test, I'll use this as an example where customer number equals to 103. So run the SQL. So in this database, we have 3 records of customer number 103. So when imagine you're trying to test a front end and you're trying to see if all the information of payments for the customer which you have logged in for testing as is displayed properly with proper check number, with proper payment date, and with proper amount. So to do that, first you would go into your application, log in with customer 103, go to the payments page and see the payment history, and you will be seeing some check numbers, payment date, and amount. Similarly, you will come to the database. You would go to the table called payments. You will try to enter the customer number with what you have logged in into the UI, and then try to execute the SQL. When you execute the SQL, what SQL will do is what this statement is doing. It's going and selecting everything from the table called payments. So, and what is this classic models? This is nothing but the main database. It's also called a schema, right? So this is the schema which identifies your table so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 schemas. So how do my compiler know that payments type of table is present in classic models? By me telling it that, okay, you need to go to classic models. So it will go here and then it will say, okay. And then it will say, okay, in that you go to table called payments. And then from there, give me all the records where the customer number is 103. So this is the syntax. This is how you write the SQL query. So all these are like structured query language. So these are like SQL scripts, which you will be using in your DB testing. So what after you
I have a question.
Sorry?
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So if you have like, as you said, sometimes maybe like you can have a lot of entries, like thousands and thousands. So do you do random checking? Like you just picked this 103 now. So how do you cross-check like if you have multiple value or like if you have a lot of inputs to check or rows and columns? So how do you verify everything?
So there are different ways of testing. So first thing, like right now, you're saying that, okay, there are like millions of records, right, or thousands of records, for example, and now you want to test all those 1,000 records. But again, the strategy would not be to test all the 1,000 records. The strategy would be to test only some records, and if those records are behaving properly, others would behave properly. So imagine there's a customer called 103. There are more customers, right? In this table, you have 103, 112, 114, 119. There are like so many customers, right? If the data in UI is displayed correctly for 103 and 112, you know that for 114, 119, 1121, the information will be displayed properly. Why? Because 103 and 112 is being displayed properly, because you have to think in a developer way. So like what developer would have done is developer would have written this SQL query somewhere um, where UI or where UI collects the data from the database. So it is using this SQL or maybe some other SQL, but it is using some SQL and it's just having these 3 records, and these 3 records are being populated properly. But there could be a possibility that for 103, 112 was being shown up. So customer was 103, and when it logged in, the payment history was from some other place, as in like some other customer. So that when that happens, that means since this is broken, you won't be testing all the other fields because you know that this functionality is broken, which means like the developer has to fix it, and then you'll be testing some, and then you'll be testing it that way. So if one set of data is working fine, you can say the other sets would also be working fine. So like if 103.112 is working fine, you can say it's safe to say that other records will also work fine that way. You don't have to test each and every record. No, we don't do the testing that way. Okay. So you will find a subset. If you say that this subset is working fine, I will not test the others. Similarly, like how we did a boundary value analysis, like for there's a field of 0 to 99, we will be testing only 5 records, right? We five scenario, which is like -1, 0, 1, and then 98, 99, and 100. So similarly, based on that, so you have to strategize in such a way that it's working fine for like 2 of the customers. That means it's also working fine for others.
Okay.
Perfect. And then you have to make sure while testing, you have to make sure that, so I logged in as like 103, I saw all the information, it's correct. Sometimes it could also happen that for 103, payment date is correct, amount is correct, but the number, check number is from someone else. That could also be possible, right? So in those scenarios, you try to figure out like why this is happening, or just tell the developers like, okay, for DB is telling that check number for 103 for payment date of 9/10/2004 should be this, but instead it's displaying as BO86. So they will try to fix it. And then later on, you can check that. So this is the second type of testing which you have to do between the UI and this. And then you have to make sure, I've already said, like you have to make sure if we are trying to, upload or like insert record into the database from front end, all the rows, all the columns has to be populated properly. There should not be aborted or partial information, right? So that is important things to check. And yes, and the final would be if there is no authorization, then if there is no authorization for customer, then they should not be allowed to see the information. So imagine there's a customer called 103 logged in into the system. They should not be able to see information of 112, 114, 119, etc. Right? And also, if the customer 103, there could be some times where they are not allowed to see the check numbers or even the payment date or amount. Like not this as an example, but imagine where they're not allowed to see some information like all the possible coupon codes or something like that, then those information should not be sent to those customers. So even those things has to be tested. So that's one kind of testing. So all the things which you see in UI, you have to test it in database, plus you have to make sure that partial information is not stored into the database. Authorized individuals can only see or have access to their own users and not the other users. Okay. So we will be testing that in GUI basis. So let's write that here. In GUI test, we'll be testing transaction, no information, partial, no authorized. Okay, perfect. Then we will have some technical tests. I've already explained this part, so nothing fancy. We will be validating the schema, the database table, the columns, which is like naming convention, data types, length, not null. Some keys like primary key, foreign key, index, triggers, and data duplication. So indexes, triggers, and data duplication. So triggers, it's very difficult for QA to test the triggers, but let me tell you what triggers are. So triggers are nothing but database have something called triggers. Triggers means if a record is deleted. So example of one of the trigger is like if a record being added into this table, then go to another table and add 2 records there. So those are like the triggers. So if I say that, if a record is added into orders table, make sure that the payments, or is there any link between payments? There's no link. Yeah. So just consider it as like there is a trigger which is placed in, or like trigger is a functional or stored procedures, and stored procedures. Okay, so this is one of the stored procedure. I have it in somewhere else. So let me see if I can view it. No, I can just execute it. Okay, so this is one of the stored procedures. So there are some stored procedure which says like, this will be executed when it's called from the code. And when this is executed, it will have a result. So, I mean, it will have some kind of output which will be extracted from this stored procedure. And that will be used in our program or in our software. So let's not confuse too much of ourselves because triggers are a very big topic in itself. So understand it easily as if there is an update, insert, or manipulation of any records into the database, and if this record or if this table has a trigger enabled, that means those whatever instruction which is written inside the trigger will also be executed. That instruction could be anything, which is like add 2 more records into the current table, add 5 records into some other table, so things like that. So those things are called triggers. And then there is something called data duplication. You have to also validate that there is no data duplication. So there should, there are times when same records can be added like 5 times. So you have to make sure that those things are not happening. When a request is being sent from the front end, there's only one record to be updated into the database and not like multiple. So that is one kind of a test. And I've already explained what is primary key. It's a unique way to identify any given record into the table. It could be from it can be one column or multiple columns together. Similarly, foreign key. Foreign key is nothing but, you will be using the foreign key example is payments. Let me go back to payments, not payments, products. Okay, so products. And the very easy example is instead of writing like the detailed description of motorcycle in all the places, what you have done is you have created a table called product lines, and in the product line, you have created a record called motorcycles, where you gave all the information about the motorcycle in that table. And now you're just using the word motor, or like using primary key of motorcycles or the product lines into your product table and mapping it that way. So then you don't have to write like a very big detailed information about motorcycles all the time. Rather, you will just use the foreign key constraint, which is like, mapping of the mapping between these two tables of product and product lines. Okay, I've already showed you the sample DB, test data creation and management. Okay. Now the next topic is test data creation and management. We should make sure that, QA creates their own data, test data. So if you're trying to test something, you have to create our own data. So imagine like you are logging into an application, you create your own user, and then to test, And after you create your own user, for like our current example, you will have your own customer, you will have data for employees, you will have data for offices, you will have data for orders, details, payments. So you will have your own data in all these fields, and then you will be testing on those data. So that is why you also need to know database. Like you need to know how to access the database, how to store information in database, what are the different types of data you need to, you have to identify the different types of data. Like for our classic model, you need to know some, you have to mock up some customer data, some employees, some office, all these data you have to mock up. As in all these you see here are nothing but mocked up data. These are not like real time data, but it's like mocked up, someone created all these data. So similarly you have to create similar kind of data and then use that for your testing. So that is required. And to do that, you also need knowledge of SQL. So you need to know how to use SQL. So you need to know what is different, how to insert record, how to update record, delete record, and read from a table. So to read from a table, you need select. So that's where we use SQL. Full form of SQL is, as I said, structured query language. Okay.
So please can I just explain that foreign key a little bit? Just I understand the primary key well, but please the foreign key.
You need
Just
you want to know what is foreign key?
yes, like the explanation, I didn't really get it.
Okay, no worries. Okay. Let me explain it again. So right now I've executed one SQL. This is read. Select means read, okay? You're
Mm.
reading from a database called products. Very good. I mean, like clear on this. So when you write this statement called select star from, so star means everything. So star means all the columns. So all these columns are displayed, right? But if you say that, okay, I want to just see product code, I want to just see product name and product line from this table. So I will execute only these three. I'll get back to your question, Ari, in 2 minutes, okay? Then, so this is, first I'm explaining select and then I'll explain more on foreign keys also. So this is select query where I have given 3 column names from products table. So I only see 3 columns in my output. But similarly, I can give more or I can give star. If I write star, it will just display the it will display all the columns present inside this table. Okay, so we are good with this. Now in this table we have product line as the foreign key, right? Foreign key, and we can read that from here. Now if I go to this, sorry, this. So I see that foreign keys, it says this thing. So it says classic models dot product line. So it says product table has a foreign key constraints from product lines. So this table is connected to this table through a field called product lines. Okay. Now, why is this required? Like the question would be like, why do we have to do this? Imagine without this connection between these two tables, right? Between product and product lines. Imagine we remove the connection. Imagine there is no product line. So there's no foreign key, okay? Then what you would have to do is instead of this motorcycle, you would always have written our motorcycles are stated. So this one. So you would have written something. Let me tell you how I see it. Select star from, or say select product. Select product code, product name. Instead of product line, I'll say description copy from products SP join. I'm just writing a SQL to explain you better. So give me 1 second, it will be done. This and this. Let me change. Okay. Let me execute this SQL. Okay. Imagine that without the foreign key, your table would be looking like this. Hold on. Final thing is here. Okay. So without this combination or without this foreign key, your table, imagine that this table is not existing, okay? Think about that product line table does not exist. Your table would be looking like this. For all the time when there is a description, it would have like this many fields extra, or like all this description would be present. So what we did is, instead of repeating this information again and again, what we did is we put this information into a separate table called product lines, right? And then we gave a short description to it called motorcycles for this one. And for this one, we call it classic cars, and then planes and ships and trains. So we gave a easy peasy representation for all these texts. So imagine this is like just one, because this is an easy table, you have only one column, but there could be some times when a classic car needs to be explained in like 5 or 10 columns. Then all those 10 columns would come into this table. If you don't have this foreign key concept, which is like there's a table which has a unique way of representation of the information. So product lines is uniquely explained here, which is like for classic car, there is this test description, which is like one column. But imagine in future this could have like 10 or 20s of column. But still, this complete record will be identified with one name called classic cars. And then if you want to relate these two tables, as in like if you want to relate the product table with the product line, you can directly use the small short form of the primary key of this product line. So whenever we try to use primary key, or like whenever we try to reference primary key of some other table into our current table, is called as foreign key constraint. So which is like you have a record and you're saying that okay, this record has more information uh, or like if you want to know more information about this record, you can reference to this table and it will give you more details about it. So that's like foreign key. So this same key is primary key in another table and foreign key in this one. Okay. So that's why it's called the name foreign key. So it's not the key of this table, but it's the key of the other table, which we are just referencing or like using to identify the records or like make this record more readable. Okay. Is it clear?
Yeah.
No. And the more you work on it, the better you will get. This is the first time you're seeing database and you're hearing all this crazy concept of foreign key, primary key, and things like that. So the once you try to execute more and more sequels, the more you will understand about the key constraints. But this is very important question people will be asking in interview. So please do practice a lot.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so now we know the structured query language and we use SQL to communicate to the DB, which is like to talk to DB, you need to write SQLs and communicate with the database. As in like these are the SQLs which you are writing. So you know these are the tables, but how do you know these are the values? Because you're writing the SQLs, fetching the values and seeing it in this console. Now we will be going through different SQLs. Since we don't have a lot of time, let's get into it. Let's start with insert, right? Let me copy this. Sometimes without schema it does not work, so you have to make sure the schema is written. Okay, I'm just trying to get some information from the so that it's easy for me to explain. Okay. So now so that's the table, and this is the table called product. Now what you want to do here is you want to insert a new record, right? You have to insert a new record here. So how would you do it? There's a syntax called insert into. When you do insert into, it database will know when it's trying to read or execute this statement or this SQL. What it would do is it will say, okay, since it's insert into, it will go ahead and insert a record into the table. So what table are you inserting the record? So you have to enter the table name. So this is our table. So we are inserting into the tables. Okay. Then what is required? The syntax is like, if you want to enter like all the records, imagine like you want to enter one complete record, right? With this format, if you already know the format of the table and you want to insert with the same format, you can directly say values and start entering all the values, right? So I have one example here. I'll be using this as an example. I'll copy this. I'll update a few things here so that it remains. Before updating it, I'll just check if there is any field which is auto incremented. Okay, there's no auto incremented things, so we have to insert it completely. Okay, so I'm trying to insert into products table where values are here. So I'll change this to maybe 9999, and then I will update some of the information here. So since I am trying to add and insert a new record, okay, with all the columns in it, not like just few, but all the columns with product code, name, product line, and everything. So I have changed the product code to the new number. I have updated this one. Then I'll let it be motorcycle. Product sale is like maybe say 50. And then I'll leave the min die cast, and then all the other details I will leave it as is except the price. I will go change quantity to be 7,000, and I will change the buy price to be 50 and MSRP to be maybe 65.70. Okay, so I've already created a record. I've already created a SQL script, and the SQL script is like this. Okay, so if I run this or execute this SQL, I will see a record being added here. So right now you see S723212 is the last record, but after adding this, so this, if I execute now, you can see here it says insert into this is successful and one row affected. That means a new record got added. Now to see if the record got added successfully or not, you will again go read the database. So you read the database, go down, and at the end you would see that. But since we have too many records, it's in the next cell or next page. So to see it, we can use S10, or it could be up because it's sorted. Okay, sorry, it's added here. See, this row was inserted here. So whatever we try to insert with the help of this command or this SQL script is added here. So we have S109999, and then we have updated this number to S197 Harley Davidson Ultimate Chopper, and then we have given a 150. So this is one of the way to insert into the database. The other way is using, imagine that, I do a change of product code. So I first want to insert product name, and then I want to insert product code. So since you're changing the way your values look like, you might have to change the column name on the header also. So now it will be one-to-one mapping. So it will not go and blindly insert the records like what it did here. It would just blindly insert the first record into the first column, second record into the second column, or like second data into second column, third data into third column. Here it would do a mapping between the column names and the values. So let's make it 79 and then make this instead of 167, I'll make 998. Okay. And then I'll make it as 20, this one. So I have made some changes here to just show that if you give a name, if you choose to give a column name in your insert query statement, then you have to make sure the values are being mapped properly. So because it's one-to-one mapping. So first column name it will take and the first value it will take, and then it will load it into the table. Similarly, it will take the second column name and then second column values from the value and then load it there. So similarly, it will do for others. So if I insert the record got inserted successfully, right? And then I can read the data back. I read the data, I see that these two records are added. So 989 is added properly, even though I have entered the field in the second column, just because I have changed the format where of the column name in the insert SQL. So this is how you insert a SQL into your database, or like insert a record into your database by using insert into statement. Now moving to the next one, which is, I've already explained select, the different form of selects also. So one is, before going too much into detail, let me first keep our notes ready. Insert SQL. I've given for both the type with column name and without column. Without column name. Okay. Now I've already explained about like select star from, which is to read everything from the table. And now I'll be introducing something called where. Okay, so what is this where? Where is to add a filter condition into your results. So this, when you execute this part of the code or the SQL, it will give you all the information present in the table. But now you're saying, no, I don't want all the information. I want only the records where the product code is S10168167, which is this record. I don't want others. So when you run this query, it will just give you one record. It will not give you others, right? So this is how you can use where. So this is one condition, but you can use multiple conditions, right? So let's go and use some multiple conditions. So you're saying that you want product scales instead of this copy filling. You say that instead of product code, I'm looking for product scale, which says 1:10. I don't want others. I want these combinations. So I'll go execute this. And oh, I think it's a varchar. So I have to use this. Okay, so this one is giving me how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, around 6 records. Okay, now you're saying, okay, I'm fine, but I also want it to display only the product line which are of motorcycles. Right? then you will have an and here. And means that both this one plus this one has to be true. Only then it will show you the records. So instead of 6 records, now I see only 3 because we are adding more and more filter conditions, right? And now if you want one more condition, you can add one more condition. Now you say that quantity in stock should be greater than 6,000, right? So if you want quantity of stocks to be greater than, so the symbol greater than 6,000, then you see there will be one more filter added, and now you see only 2 records. So something like that. So you can add after where any number of filter condition you want, and you will see only those type of records, right? Now a very important statement, which is we have covered selects with filter condition. You have to explore more of the where condition because there are different types of where conditions. I mean, there are different types as in like between, and there's so many. I'll give you a website where you can look into and practice more and more. But let's practice our update SQL, right? Update. So what happens in update? So update statement. So you're trying to update. Imagine that I'm going to update the product name of S10. Copy row, sorry, copy field, this one, S12. Okay. So I'm trying to update this table. So I'll write update table, right? And then I am going to set, right? I'm going to set product name field or column 1 or column field into, instead of 169 here, Harley, I don't want it to name Harley Davidson. I want to call it Shrikant. I want to call it Shrikant, right? So I'm going to set this product name as this from this. So I'm going to update this table and I'm going to set this column name as this. However, how would my SQL know that, okay, it has to go to this specific record? Because my table has like so many records, right? It has, it has, when it goes and tries to view the records, it has like so many. How will it know that it has to go to my records? So for that, you have to add a filter condition, right? And filter condition will be like this. So you have to say where it has to go. And you know that this is a primary key, so you will have only one record with the product code this, and you're trying to update this value. So I will run this code now. And I see here the update is successful, right? And then I'll try to search for that record. So let's search for the record and see if it got updated or not, where product code is this. So if I run it, I see that, okay, earlier it was 1917 Harley Davidson. Now this got updated to Shrikant Ultimate Chopper. Okay, so this is one of the example where we are trying to update just one field. But what if I want to change the stocks, right? What if I want to change the stocks also? So I will write the stocks and I want to change it from 79332 to maybe like 5,000, right? So I can do that. And also you should know that when I try to enter a number, I write it without quotes. But if I'm trying to enter a string or varchar or like so string is something like which has alphanumeric character, I would use the single quotes. This is across almost all the type of languages. This is the syntax of string representation. It should be enclosed within single quotes or double quotes or something like that. So right now I'm trying to update the products table and set 2 of the columns to show values like this. So I'll execute this right now and let's see what happens. So the execution is completed and we see that changes are done. Now let me read the table and see what happened. So I read it and I see that both product name and the quantity is updated because of this update SQL script, right? Any questions on this? I know this is overwhelming, but I want you guys to practice. The more you practice, the better you will get at SQL. You have to practice, that's the only thing. I'll be explaining all the basics concepts of how a database can be read, can be updated, can be deleted and inserted. But you have to practice more in order to become like fluent with the language, fluent with the SQL and the syntax. So we have completed update, insert. Now next is delete. Let's move to delete. Delete is very easy. You don't have to, do a lot of things in delete. So you say delete from, and it's like easy language, like how you say, okay, update table, set column one, column two. It's like an English language where you say delete from this table, and then you say, where, and you have to say this where, because if you don't say anything, if you just delete this means like it will delete all the records in the table, but you have to be careful and then you have to say which record you want to delete. So I want to delete uh, this record right now. So I'm saying delete from delete. Why is delete not on? So it's saying that delete from this product table where product is this. So I'll run this query now. And then, okay, there's a key constraint failure. That means it can't delete this record because this record has some constraints, which is from different tables. So some table is using uh, this product code. So you can't delete this, maybe in orders or offers or customer somewhere. So let's go to customer and try to delete a customer from here. Let's try to delete the customer. Maybe even this will not be deleted because this is again the foreign key constraint. So you can't delete a record which has some things to do or which acts like a foreign key in some other table. So this 103 record is dependent, or like this record is dependent or is being used in another table. So until the dependency is taken away, you can't delete this. So that's why you will get this constraint error, like you can't delete it. So you have to find a way or find something which will not have any impact with anything else. So let me see if there's payment. Payment has check numbers. I think payments can be deleted. Okay, so let's see. Delete from classic model payments, right? Where my check number is this. I think copy feelings. Where check number is, but again, this is check number. It says number, but it has alphabets in it, so it's a varchar. I'll try to delete it. Okay, here it's saying that it cannot delete because delete from this check number is this. You are using safe update mode and you try to update a table without where that uses key column. Okay, so we have to first find the key column in the payments and then try to delete it using the key column. So primary key is customer name and check number together. So now we might have to use the customer name also to delete it.
Should the NN means what? NN.
What?
NN, like, after the primary key, that NN means what? Where you opened, like where you were checking just now. Yes.
This one?
Yes. Please click it back. Yes. So the NN. Yes.
Not. It means null.
Okay.
So this value cannot be null. So when this is checked all the time, so this is primary key. PK is primary key. That means these two columns together are your primary key.
Okay.
This is not null. That means all these columns should not have a null value. So you will see that in this table, payments table, you will see that all the columns are always filled in. So if you try to insert a new record where you keep check number as empty or anything as null, it will throw an error, say that you can't insert it because there's a constraint that you have to fill in numbers. And then UN is unique key, unique index. B is for binary number. UN is unassigned data type. ZF is values the order with 0 if it's numeric. Yeah. I mean, you don't need to know all this. You just need to know one thing, which is like PN, NN, U key, and sometimes B. That's it. This 4 is enough for you. You don't have to go through all these are for developers. Okay, coming back, let's try to use a customer number also. Equals to, so I use GG. Okay, let me use this one. So see, once you have met up safe mode of deletion, then the deletion is complete. So now, even if you try to look for this record, you can't find it because it has been deleted. So this record where HI358854 and customer number is 202 has been deleted. So this is how you use delete command and delete records from your table. So we have seen read it, insert like a new record, update an existing record, and delete the record. So we have seen all the crude operation. Going back to delete. One important information about delete is important information. If you try to exclude the where, right? If you do this without where clause, all the records in the table will be deleted, right? So you have to make sure that there's always a where condition when you're trying to delete anything from any table, or else everything will be deleted. People also ask what is truncate. Truncate is nothing but deleting everything from the table. So it's equivalent to delete command without where clause. So it will delete everything from the table, but it will not delete the table. And then there is something called drop, right? So when I say truncate, it also, the syntax is truncate and table name, drop and then table name. So when you say drop, it will delete all the records and the table as well. So that means if you say drop and then table name, it will delete all the records in the table and then it will delete the table also. So you will not have anything, right? Truncate will just truncate the table, as in like it will delete everything from the table but not the table. Table will still be remain. Okay, perfect. Now we have a few sequels to go through and some inner joins and some joins. I will take 10 minutes to finish this topic, so please bear with me. I have precisely 3 things to finish. Okay, perfect. Let me explain it quickly. I have 10 minutes left. Okay, select. Now imagine that you want to count the number of, rows present in this table. So how would you do it? There are like so many rows present, right? So there is a function, right? There's a function called count, which you need to use. So count of star. That means count everything in this table. Which table? This down there. So this sentence, this from, you have to use from. Count everything from this table. So run it. It will say there are 272 records. So this function of count will tell you how many records do you have in your table, right? Now, if I want to find now this is to see the entire table, but if I also want to find, I don't want to see the entire table. This is almost the same thing, but what if someone tells you find the number of, customers you have? So then you will do count on this column. It will be almost, it will also be the same 272, but this is instead of entire columns, you're just saying one column. So this function will also return the count of number of records present in this table. So these are the different types of counts you have. Let me write that here. Count. Different types of count. This one counts all the records in the table. Star means all the columns. And if you mention the column name, then it will just use this column name to count those things. Now there is something called distinct. This is also a function. Again, if you are overwhelmed with all these new words, I would really suggest you to go through, practice all these functions, as only that can help you learn SQL faster, nothing else. And let's see. So now you're trying to select what is distinct. Distinct, by meaning of distinct, is like it will show only one time. So if I have so many rows, right, with customer name 103, 112, 114, and you'll be like, you know what, I want to find like number of customers here, but don't give me 103 three times, give me only one time. So give me all the distinct customer numbers here. So that means it will fetch only 103, 112, 114, things like that, but only one time instead of three times. So that is when distinct is used. So you write a distinct keyword and then you write the column name. So you say that, okay, this is the column name from this table. Give me all the distinct customer from payments table. So I run this query. See, instead of 103 repeating three times, I see it only one time, 112. So all these numbers will be distinct, will not be repeated. Now, what if I want to see how many customers are there, like distinct customers? So I will add a function on top of this distinct function and then try to run it. So now I have 98 customers within this table. So 98 distinct customers. But if we see there are how many customers earlier? There were like 272 records. But all of those 272 records, there are only 98 unique customers. Right? So this is where distinct comes into play. Distinct means it will not choose the same kind of record twice. Right? So that is one. So distinct is very important topic. Like you would be mostly using this a lot of time in the real time as well. And then you can use distinct with count. So count of distinct, and then I will write it here. And one more thing I can do, which is Control Z. Okay. So when I executed this SQL, you can see that, the output says count of distinct customer number, which is written here, count of distinct customer number. I can change the name, right? I can change the name to tell here dist cost num. So that's that way. Now if I run my SQL, instead of saying the what it was written here was like this before, now I have changed this name into something called dist cost number. So it's nothing but giving an alias name to the column. So this is something very important, which we'll be using as well. It's called alias name. Let me see if it works. Yeah, it's represented with a function function called as. So when you say as, that means alias name, like which also means that you're trying to give it a name called this num. So this is one of it. Now there's a date function. Let me quickly go over the date function, which would have dates. I think this one had dates. Okay, this is having date. If I see this thing here, you see this is of type date, right? So now if you want to do anything with the date, you need to know date has a format and some things on it. So let's go back and see how you would work with date as the data type. With varchar, you have to put like a single quote. With the number, it does not matter. You even if you don't put single quotes, or if you put single quotes, it does not make any much of a difference. But date comes with its own function. So let's try to use something and use that. So I have insert into this where I'm trying to insert one in my customer number, one in my check number. Okay, check number can't be one. So let me try one FG. To date, instead of one, let me type 103, because what if it's not a customer number, then it will fail. Now I want to insert a record for 15 and May, I think, yeah, May 2016. So this will be the format YYMMDD and amount is 100. So this is what I'm going to use as an syntax. So I cannot insert the date directly. First, I have to use the function called toDate. Then I have to use the format of what I'm entering and then insert into the table. So database, no database selected by default. Insert into this. Value is this. No database select the default DB to use by double clicking its name and select a schema. What happened to this? Okay, maybe something got lost. Function toDate does not exist. Okay. maybe this function has a different syntax here. Okay, values 103, 1GF, and then the syntax is 2016. Okay, let me try one more. Okay, let me try one more format. Even if that does not work, then I will provide you a different format later. So 05 and 15. Let me change this to YYMMDD. ToDate does not exist. It says function classic models. ToDate does not exist. Yeah, it says that ToDate does not exist. So maybe they have updated it now and you can directly insert it. Let's see. Yeah, looks like now it can directly be inserted. 1031 GF. Okay. Earlier, this was not the case, or like still in Oracle application, you still have to convert this into date first and then insert it. But in MySQL, this is very easy. So you don't have to care about the ToDate functionality. You can directly insert it. But however, it's better to know what the ToDate means. So for those reasons, I will insert it here. ToDate functionality, because if you're not using MySQL, then it might be useful. So you're trying to insert something here, and with the help of this, so I'll keep it here instead. VALUES values. Perfect. I'll be sharing this note so you can go through each and every thing which is mentioned here. The next topic is group by, which is again a very good topic. Let me see which table to use to explain the group by and what is the requirement and why do we even use group. Okay. So here we see there are product, motorcycles, classic cars, and trucks, and other things. Now what you want to do is you want to group these into like, you want first to show only motorcycles, and then you want to show all the classic cars, and then you want to show like trucks and everything. So what you will do in this case is you will write everything. Select start from and you will say, you know what, I want to do a group by on this. Plus, instead of displaying everything, you will have to now display less number of things, because if you display everything, then group by does not work properly. So, I mean, it will still display everything like how it's displaying here, but if you include all the columns, so let's not include all the columns. Let's try to include less number of columns, which I'll say product description, right? So I have product line, group by, and then product description. I'm not using any where clause because it's not required. I can use later also. Yeah, whatever we use in group by, we have to use in the select statement. So what happens here is this was what it looked before. So you have all the motorcycles, cars, and everything. But what you're trying to tell them is like, you know what, group all the motorcycles together and give me the product description of them. So with the help of this SQL, I am trying to display just the product line and the product description. and have group by with product line and product description. So now what it would do is it will group it as in like, okay, it did group, but I think I need one more statement. Group by product line, so it does. So even though it groups properly, the problem is like the other things has all distinct values. So you see a lot of information. So let me use some different column as an example, where you see this motorcycle and this product scale. So let me use this as an example. Okay. So here you would not see anything which has, so you see classic cars has product scale of type 1 is to 10, 12, 18, and 124. So what happens in this grouping is like it will group all this first product first, like classic cars, and then it will group the second part. So it will group based on this. So here, let me show one example, which is instead of having so many displays, I will try to display less number of things. Let's what I mean is product line. Okay. Okay. So here we see we have how many records? One, two, we have like five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, around 15 plus records, right? Now here I want to see that what are different type of product scales I have, right? For motorcycles. So what I'm doing is I'm going to group by. So what this group by will do, it will group all these elements, all this into one, and then it will group this into one, this into one, and wherever you're seeing there are same things, it will just group those elements into one. So let me write this where into the clause. So I'm trying to look for all the motorcycle where product scale is 1 is to, or like group based on motorcycle and product scale. So it will group them in such a way that we will see only distinct motorcycles and products scale. So whatever you were seeing before, we were seeing some common elements, like these two were like common. So those things are taken off and you're just seeing it one record instead of multiple. So that is where group by comes in picture. So you group things together. So all this motorcycle are one thing and it's grouped with a thing. So all this is into one group. So you see only one record for this. Okay, and now there is one more very good feature which is called order by. So this is group by. Now something called order by. Why do we need order by? You will see. Order by, and order by can be used with or without group by. So order by is for showing things. Okay. So you have all these records, you want it to show. Let's see, we want to arrange it in a ascending order. So it should show 15 as the first record, then like 178 and things like that in ascending order, right? So I will do a thing called order by, and then I will select what do I order by as. So select field name. So I want to order by based on quantity, and then I want to arrange it in ascending order. So ASC is the term for it. I run this. So now you see all the records has been arranged in ascending order based on the stocks, quantity of stocks that I mentioned here. So this is ascending from ASC. If you want to do descending order, you can do it. Either don't write anything, or for ASC you can write or you cannot write, but DESC is for descending order. So you see all are descending. So now it's like from maximum till minimum. So this one is same as this one. Both are for ascending order and this is for descending order. And before I take this, let me do a product line and then, sorry, product scale line is one. I'm trying to show that it also works with other functionality, which is like group by. Now you see all these are arranged in ascending order. Without this, it will not be arranged. Like if I run this, it is all not arranged. So that's where order by comes into picture if you want it to be arranged in ascending or descending order. I'll have all these 4 sequels attached here. One is order by ascending order or order by descending order. Then finally we are seeing group by and final is having and then joins. There are just two sessions, I mean like 2 topics. Once I finish it, we are done for the day. Inner join, outer join, and then you can practice more. These 2 are like small topics, shouldn't take a lot of time because we have covered most of the functionality up there. So let's start with having. So having is aggregate functionality, which is used with group by. Let me take this as an example, or maybe take okay. Let's take this as an example where we are seeing everything into the products and we have some quantity. Okay. Now you want to select let's first say what is aggregate function. There are different types of aggregate function, which is count, min, max, average. So all these are like aggregate function. We have found out about count already. Now we can see what are min, max, and average. So let's do that. So if we say that, for this, I want to find the maximum of this. So max of quantity stocks. So what this will do? It will give me the maximum value of let me keep star so that we can keep referring back to this one. So these are like, sorry. So right now I'm trying to view the maximum, give me the record or like give me the value where my quantity is maximum. So in this one, maximum is 997. So with the help of this SQL, where you write max as the aggregate function, it will give you the record, or from the results, it will give you the maximum amount. So when I run it, it gives me 997. So this is max. Similarly, if I change this to min, it will give me the min value of this, which is 15. So 15 is the minimum value. Similarly, if I want to do is average, so I'll use AVG, which is average. So it will give me average of this number. So it will sum up all, divide by the number of elements, and it will give me the average. So similarly, you have lots and lots of aggregate function, make min, max, average, and then you can research about the aggregate function, and then these are like the common and which is like widely used. So this is important aggregate function. Let me quickly run this and copy these things here. Okay. So now there are times where you won't be using where clause within the aggregated function. So they have introduced something called having into the place where you can use this aggregate function. Imagine that you want to find average, you want to find uh, maybe aggregate function. So let me see. If you want to find something, order, if you want to find an order or the number which is greater than 6625, or order, or like, let's go to some other table for this explanation because this table is not good. Orders, let's go to orders and try to see here. Okay, so you have some order numbers and you want to view maybe records after this point, after 3 10103. So how would you do that? Yeah, there's one easy way, which is like in the where clause you can enter it, but sometimes you cannot. So in those cases, let's see, how do we see, or how do we do it? Shipped. I want to find better example where I can see, okay, so let's use cancelled as an item here. So select star from classic orders where status equals to so I got how many? 1, 2, 2, 6 records. Right. So let's look for customer number, comma, count on order number. Right, from this table where this is this, let's group by all these customer numbers are not same. We can't even have a group by. I need same customer number also. So let's see if customer number. Right now in this there is no same customer number. How about shipped? I think I can use shipped instead. because I don't have a lot of option with the cancel, but with the shift I might have a lot of option. So I can do a group by because I see some of the customer having multiple orders in the shipped status. So I can use having count of order. Okay, so what we are trying to do is, let's run it. So we are trying to figure out what if you want to know how many customers are present in the system who has more than 2 orders placed, right? So you can't add this condition here in the where clause, right? Because like it's not possible. You have to first find number of orders and then you have to add that. So that's why they came up with a functionality called having. So now what it does is you have your SQL here, which says, okay, find me all the customers and their order numbers. So you're finding customer, you're finding their order numbers from this table where status is shipped, right? So you're trying to find all the customers, right? All the customers, as in like all the customer names or numbers where this status is shipped. And then you're grouping these customer numbers. So you're grouping as in like instead of three, I mean, or you're just trying to group all these numbers. And so grouping by, I think you already know, I've explained like in little while ago, which is like all these three will be clubbed together. So 103 has 3 orders, right? So here it's clubbed together. So 3. So that's why if you group this, all this record becomes like one group. And after grouping this, what you're trying to do is trying to count the order number. So you're counting the order number here. And then in this statement, in this part, you're saying that if the count is greater than 2, then display it. If it is less than 2, don't display it. So when I run this query, I see only records 2, 3, 3, 5, 7. If I say this, display which is greater than 3. So greater than 3 means like something which is more than 3. So even 3 will be out. So now if I run this statement, I see that it will just show me 4 and 5 and 16 and 22. It will not show me 3. So this is a very good example of say how we use having. So you have to use having in the place where you want to use where again in the condition, but you cannot because it has like aggregate functions which you're using in having clause. Okay, so this is one of the example of having. And why do we use what is the thing? The having statement was added to SQL because where clause cannot be used with aggregate functions like this. So count is one of the aggregate function and this is required. Now final topic of SQL is joins. Okay, there are 4 types of joins together. One is inner join, one is left join, one is right join, and final one is full outer join. Sometimes it's called outer join also, but doesn't matter. So let's see what is inner join. Left join, right join, full outer join. So inner join is when you're trying to join two tables, right? And there is something common between those two tables. So let's come to one of the the products and product lines, what I was explaining. So let me quickly go through products once. So you see product table here. Product table has product line as this. So in these two tables, product and product lines, you can see that there is one key which is common between these two. These two table has one common element, which is product line. So whatever I see here, I can also see it here in products, right? So this is a common element between these two tables. So I can join these two tables, right? With the help of inner join. So how does inner join look like? It looks like this. There are two tables, table A and table B, and then there is a common element which helps them to join with each other, right? So this is what inner join looks like. And there's a SQL or there's a syntax on how do we do it. So let's see that. So I have products table. You know how it looks like. We have been doing a lot of things with it. We know what the product line table looks like. It's like this. Let's try to join these two tables and see the results. How does it look like? I have already created the SQL for this before, so I'll just use that, but I will rewrite it down. So we are trying to select, you know what, just for the sake of it, right? I'll write again. So I'll select, uh, let me write from. I'll select from products table first. So let me copy products table. And whenever you're trying to join two tables, you might always need an alias name. So what happens is right now the table name is products, but I will rename it to something else. So PRD. Right now product is called PRD. And then I'm going to join this table with something else. So when you just write join or inner join, it's the same thing. Inner join. So these are the syntax, like you can use any of the word. And now you're joining this table with one more table called product lines. Okay, so this means you're joining one table and the another table, and let's name it as PRDLINE product line. So now you this. Now there's a word called on. How are you joining these two tables, right? What is the basis of joining these tables? So you're joining these two tables because there's a column called product line, right, with the values, which is present in both the tables. So you're using this product line to join. So let me do PRD dot product line. Product line equals to PRD line dot. So what is the meaning of this thing? It says go to PRD table and take the product line column from there. So PRD table is here. So it's going to PRD table. I have changed the name to alias name PRD, and this alias name is PRD line. So it will go to PRD. It will take this product line column and it will join with PRD line product line column. So that way you have got an inner join between these two tables. So whatever is common between these two, only that will be displayed. If there is something which is not common, will not be displayed. So let's see how that does work. Before doing this, I have to see something which is very important, which is select distinct product line. I'd have to show you the difference between inner join and left join and everything. So select distinct from products. So hope there's something which is not present here. Classic cars, motorcycles, planes, ships, trains, trucks versus vintage cars. Okay. Looks like everything is present, so very difficult to explain in this case. But however, since we have wrote the SQL, let's go ahead and see. So if you write star here in our previous query, that means it will display everything from both the tables. I run it. So it displayed everything from the first table here. And then at the end, it will display everything from the second table. So this is what happens. So you have two tables, both are being joined together, and then it's displaying everything from first table first, and then it's displaying everything from the second table. But there's a join, which is, you see the product lines. This is from the first table. Let me do this here. This column is from the first table, and okay, this column is from first table, this is from second table. So wherever there's a match, only there they are matching it and combining it, or else it would not combine. So wherever there's a match, it would match with each other, and we will see this view. So this is called inner join. Imagine that the first table, this table, the first one, the big table, did not have any records with trucks and buses, right? Let's take them off. Imagine that there is no record called bus and trucks. Then, since there's no match, like right now, so this match, there won't be any match here for those type of records between first table and second table. So those records would be missing. Those records would not show up here from the second table, right? So the inner join, meaning of inner join is like wherever there's a match of this condition between first table and second table, show them only those records. Now, I can, instead of displaying everything, I have also options to display only few things, which is like instead of displaying everything, I just want only few things to be displayed. So let me just show how to display those. So I'm displaying product code from PRD table, product name, product, and then description is from the other table, and then product sale is from PRD table, product vendor is from PRD table, product description is from PRD table, and text description is from PRD line table. So I'll use this. Why do we use this alliance? Because you see, there is a product line present in both the tables, right? So if you don't use this alliance, or allies, how will SQL developer know that okay, go and take product line from first table and then take it from second table? So just to remove that ambiguity or uh, confusion for the compiler, we do this. And now when I run this code, it will give me all the records, or it will give me all the records where there's a match of product ID between these two tables. That's it. Right, so this is inner join, guys. I hope I'm clear about the inner join and there's no confusion. I would again tell you to practice some more on inner join also. Then left join. As we can see from the screen here, left join, it's very similar to the inner join, right? But the difference is you will see everything from the left table and only things which are matching from the right table and not all the things from the right table. So let's see how to. I cannot use the same tables again because there is everything which is matching in both. So it will look like exactly same like how it's looking here. So now I have to come up with something different. So let's take some other table as an example. Customer table to customer employee office orders. Okay. There could be some orders where customers would not be present. Okay. So this is orders table. right? This is order table and it has customer number. Okay. So this has customer number. There's so many customer numbers. And then there is customer table, and each and every customer table has a number of itself. Now, if someone tells us, like, you know what, give us all the customer, right? Give us all the customers who has not placed any orders. So how would you find that? Like, give us all the customers who has not placed any orders. So for those reasons, you might be needing left outer join or like left join. And how would you do that is the syntax remains the same of select from. First, you will have all the customers. So let's put the customer table here and then call it CST and do left join. So your customer becomes like the left table, right? And the other one becomes the right table. So make the orders as your right table. As your right table and make it like ORD. And again, you're joining this on a condition, and the condition is CST dot customer number equal to, you're trying to join it with orders dot customer number, right? So ORD dot customer number. So now what it's doing is you're trying to display everything where you're displaying all the customers, and then you're saying that if there's a match in the orders table, show it. But if there is not a match, then still uh, display or give me the customers which are not which have not even placed order. So you will be so this will be displaying both. Initially, it will display all the customers with orders and all the customer without order, and we will see how does it look like. So let's see, there would be some null 103 and then order limit is this. There would be some place with null value. Okay. So this is one of the customer who has not placed any order. Customer 168. You can see that does not have any order associated with it. So there is no orders placed. Similarly, if you keep going down, you will see all the nulls. So if there is a match, they will say that, okay, there's a match between these two tables. If there is not a match, it will show the record from the left side. So it is showing the left side record, but on the right side, it is showing it as null because there is no match from the right table. So left table, in the left join, they will show all the things on the left. So they will show all the records from the left table, and on the right table, they will only show the records which are matching. If it is not matching, it will show null. So that way we can find out that there are some so it will map all the customer with the records, and then it will also map all the customer where it's null. So now it's very easy for anyone to know the customers who has not placed any record. We can try to add a filter again and find out that. Okay, so any questions on left join? So in left join, you have to always note that left table will be completely displayed with or without a match in the right table. But right table will only be displayed if there is a match or if the condition is matching. If the condition is not matching, it will show null. Okay, this is the difference. So this is left outer join or left join. Right is exactly opposite of what we just discussed. We can use the same example here. Instead of left, we will write right. Okay. And now we will see what happens. In right, whatever is, it will be opposite. So we will see everything from the right column, right table, and only the commons from the left table into this table. So let's run this. And then we will see some tables, some things which are not matching. There's some problem here. When we try to do a right join, we see customer number, address, everything. Okay, order number is here. Okay, so what right now we are not seeing any difference because since this is our right table orders, you know what, I have to switch these tables in order for, so right now what it's doing is all the right table, so this is the right table columns, right? So it's kind of displaying all the records. And from the left, since left is like the customer table here, customer table, all the records is being mapped because all the orders which are being placed are from the customer. So it will always be like, you know, one-on-one match. There will never be a order placed where customer is not present. So there will be a customer. So hence it's a match. And then you're not seeing anything on the left table null. I hope I make sense here. That's why there is like no records on the left saying null. But if we reverse the order between these two, then again it will become like how we saw in our left join, but in the opposite way. Let's quickly do that because it's easy to do that. 2 minutes. This is almost done. The last second topic. Okay. So we have customers and then we have our order. So we have all the customers here. Now you will see some null. Contact order shipment date. So this is right side. Customer is on the right. Okay, that should be null. Okay. So we see that customer is null. So whenever there's a customer, so for it will show all the customer, and then if there's a order which is not placed for it, it will show null for them. So it is opposite of left. That's what I'm saying. That right now in the left we had this table on the left, so we were seeing these nulls on the left side, but now we are seeing on the right side. So because we changed the format, but again, the concept is whatever in left join, you will see all the records from left and only the comments from both in the right. And in the right join, you'll see all the table records from the right and only the comments from the left one. That's it. It's very simple. And the final is full outer join where full or outer join. Let me write a code for this, where records will show even if there is one single match between them. And if there is not a match, then it will show. So both in outer join, if there is a match, you'll see it. If there is not a match, it will still show. It will look like this. So full outer join, it is like it will show everything from left table, everything from right table. If there is a match, then they will be on the single row. But if there is not a match, then uh, first on the left table, it will show its record. On the right, it will be null, and vice versa. So on right table, it will be record, and left table will be null. So it's like combination of these two together. On left, we saw all the records from left table showing, and only common from the right will be showing, but other places were null. Similarly, on the right, we would see all the columns or all the records from the right table, and from left only the one which are joining, and rest we will see blank. But here it's opposite. It will show all the tables from the left, or sorry, all the records from the left, all the records from the right, and then if there's a match between them, it will show as not null, and if there's a not match, then there will be a null. I think that's it. For full outer join, I don't have a very quick example with me right now. I would leave it for you to explore this and see how it looks like, right? There's a very good resource available, which is, let me see quickly, W3 Schools. You can go to W3 Schools tutorials and click on SQL here, and there's a SQL where you can find there are a lot of syntax, a lot of clauses, then there's a lot of things here. I would really recommend you to go through these. And then there's also a question on our coursework, which is from this website, and you would have to use this website to do the course. So you can go through this website, and there are tables in this website which you have to go through, and so there are some tables which you can see when you do try it yourself. You see all these tables are present. You can use these tables to understand the concepts and also to answer the questions which I'm going to send you. So if you click on try it yourself in this page anywhere, like try it yourself, and then you can click on any table to know about the table, and then you can write your queries here. Your statements will go here, and then when you click run SQL, it will give you the results at this place. So you can use this also to try your SQLs. It has all the columns, or all, I mean, all the different types of tables, and each and every one of them have records. So you can really use it all to test it or to enhance your skills. I think that's it from my side. I have, gone 1 hour extra today. Sorry about that. I'll try to keep my session short, but these topics are like very long, can't be covered in like 2.5 hours. Yeah, that's it. So I would say have a good weekend, and then work on the course material which I'll send to you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
No worries.
There are so many things to go through, so
Yeah.
will be
Yeah, there'll be like assignments where I mean, like, yeah, you have to work really, really hard on the weekdays, which is like after your normal job, after your work, try to give as much as time as possible, practice as much as possible. And then, yeah.
yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not supposed to put this video immediately so that we can, because I guess I have to watch it again and practice. Definitely.
Yes, there will be these videos. I'll upload it to today, or maybe